Hi, everyone. Hi. 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 How are we? Hi. What are we? Hi. Hi, Scarlett. Thank you for the lurk. And also, call me mental. Thank you so much for the first. Hi, Black Bean. Hi, Third Word. Hi, Nick. Hi, Amatsu. Hi. 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 I had my ear up to my speaker. I'm so sorry. Was my music too quiet? Or now is it too loud? Feel like a brand new person. I actually stayed awake just for you. Aw, Black Bean. That's so sweet of you. Aw. I got my headphones on blast. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm eating dinner. I made chicken parm sliders, and they're fucking delicious. The little ballad vocals went low at the right time. Yeah, I made myself fucking chicken parm sliders, and they're so fucking good. So, I'm finishing dinner. I bought myself a Baja Blast from Target. When I went to go get dinner ingredients. I also got myself a journal. I'm holding it up as if y'all can see this. I bought myself a journal to write all of my streaming manifestations in. All the things that I want for my streaming career, all the things that I want to be able to do one day, all of the meet and greets I want to have, the concerts I want to do, the music I want to make, the streams I want to do. I got myself a manifestation journal. And I'm gonna start filling that out and keeping it on my desk. So anytime I start to get sad, or I start to feel like I can't do this, or I start to feel like nobody watches my content or likes me, or I just start to feel bad about myself, I get those bad brain worms, I can just pull it out and look at what I want and remind myself that we're good. We got this. We got to keep pushing forward, you know? Gore, thank you for playing chat. So that will be sitting on my desk, and at random at streams, you might hear me stop and start fucking scribbling. It's probably just because while I was streaming, I had a new dream. But it's staying right here on my desk. It's a super cute journal. Here, I'll plug in my camera and I'll show it to you guys. I'll plug in my camera and I'll show y'all. I'm gonna angle the camera down though, because I don't want y'all seeing my gross little monkey face. That sounded racist to myself. Bunny is slinging chicken. Good for her. Sling that chicken, girl. Sorry, I keep forgetting I have a thing just called a hole. I don't need that anymore. God. Like, I just have a fucking skateboard. At the fucking Auntie Anne's at. Oh, it's that tarot card. God, that's really funny. Yeah, the Kyle hole. Yeah, it's my dream journal. Send that man to the principal's office and have him expelled. Yeah, no, it's my dream journal. Oh no, I thought maybe having a journal that I could use would be good for me. Do you have the Sandman behind you whenever you're writing in it? No, not usually. Alright, we're gonna... God, I can never seem to get my webcam to work, and I don't ever know why. It's whatever. We don't need it. But yeah, no, it's a super cute journal. It's this white journal, and it's got a sun on it. Jesus fucking sorry, the song jump scared me. Yeah, we'll do Hosier, that's fine. It's a white journal, and it's gold. It's got like gold on it. And it's got a sun with clouds underneath it and stars, and it says Daydreamer Night Thinker. And it's super cute. I could take a photo and post it to the Discord. That's a good point. I could just pull it up. Hold on. I'm sure I got it from fucking Target. I'm sure it's on their fucking website. Hi, call me mental. What is it? Daydreamer, night thinker, notebook. Want to be where you follow me like night. Where is it? I see some of the other notebooks I saw there. Photos in 2024? I know. Crazy. I'm so happy that I found you. Aw, that makes me feel really happy. I'm so happy that I do this. I'm so happy that I get to do this. I'm so happy that it's become such a major part of my life. This is truly one of the few things I have ever done that has made me, like, genuinely happy every day. Every day I get to do it. And I know it didn't seem that way for a little bit. Because I had to take that year off, but, like, I really did want to stream. I was just not in a great place. Just send a photo by pigeon to chat? I could do that. I could just do that. I'm sad when you don't stream for a day. That's, oh, that's so sweet. Oh, okay, here it is. Save image as... There's this fucking... Save it to my downloads, whatever. I don't... Oh, that's my ass. Whoa. Sorry, that was scary. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, this is what my notebook looks like. It's very cute. It's very cute, and I can, like... I don't know. I saw it, and I was like... Man... I love this. I think this is great. So... It's super cute, yeah! And it was $8! So, yeah, I got that and some colored pins. And, yeah, so that's what that's for. It's gonna be so much fun. But I don't know. I'm just planning on keeping it on my desk next to... I have my daughter over here. And I've got my little wizard Pochaco. And I've got my Neopets pins. And I've got this sticker of me in a jar. And I now have my notebook that's gonna sit right here next to me on my desk. Yeah, my tarot cards, Yamato, Noibat. But I've got my notebook that's gonna sit right here on my desk. And I'm just gonna fill it with all of my dreams, all of the things I want to achieve, all of the things I want to do one day. All of the things that I've ever wanted are going into this book. And it will sit right here next to me. So anytime I start to doubt myself, anytime I start to feel like I'm not good enough, anytime I start to feel like I'm overwhelmed and I don't know what to do next, I can just open this book and remember what it is I'm working so hard for. You know? I don't know. I want to make people happy. And I want to make as many people happy as I possibly can. And I don't know. I'm gonna cry, actually. Hold on. 1 second. I'm gonna take a sip of my Baja Blast. One second. You probably write in it with the multicolored pin we had as kids. Yeah. Actually, yeah. You're actually so dead serious. You're so dead ass. Yeah. But I don't know. I know I want to make as many people happy as possible. And I want to be able to have a platform that's big enough that I can make people happy in person. That I can have concerts, and I can sell merch and see people walk around conventions with it. I can do meet and greets, and I don't know. I just want to have my finger in every pie so I can make the most amount of people happy at once. And maybe that's a little selfish of me to want to be a part of everything. But I do, because I want to extend my reach as far out as possible so I can just pull everybody into my giant dog titties and just make them smile. I don't know. Maybe I'm asking for too much, but... Maybe one day. Yeah, exactly. You gotta finger them fucking pies, man. Okay, I'm gonna finish dinner. Hold on, we're gonna pause the music for a minute. I'm gonna finish my dinner. Imagine the cosplayers wearing what my VTuber wears. Oh my god, I'd love it. I would love to see it, actually. Okay, so fun fact, when I created this outfit, when I designed it, I actually designed it based off of things that you can actually find, and the things that you can't find hopefully won't be too hard to modify. Like the shoes, the spikes can be done with like styrofoam. You can paint and add to the tops of high tops. The pants would be the hardest part to find, I think, in my opinion. Unless you're trying to go for the whole, like, jacket off look. Because then that's complicated. But I feel like this is actually something that's very makeable, like sewable. But also when I designed this jacket with the hopes that I could turn it into, like, merch that y'all could buy. So y'all could buy, like, versions of my jacket and my shoes. So when I designed the jacket and shoes, I did design them heavy with the hope of being able to make merch out of them one day. Okay, Mikola, shut up! I'm doing the best I can! Anyways, I'm not gonna finish watching, but I'm watching the new Vati video. I started it... That's definitely a jacket off look. Shut up! I started watching the new Vati video, before stream while I was making dinner. So I'm gonna keep watching it while I eat. But you guys are now just gonna watch it with me.
Of their cult.
Okay, great. Y'all, I'm gonna have y'all watching it with me, while I finish eating, and then we're gonna play Elden Ring. I'm gonna go grab myself another drink, and then we're gonna play Elden Ring. I hope that's okay with y'all. But, I'm enjoying this video. So, Vati is so... Like, I've never watched his Elden Ring videos before, but just based off watching this one, this dude is intelligent. Like, I don't know, like, he takes all the pieces that Elden Ring gives you, and he formulates a story that is just, like, it's perfect. I don't just say this because what he's formulated is super similar to what I've formulated, but... Also, anyone who thinks like I do is incredibly intelligent because I'm incredibly intelligent and beautiful and all things perfect. So, if you don't want spoilers, jump off for like 10 minutes while I eat. If you don't mind spoilers, stick around, babes, because I'm gonna watch this while I eat, and then we're gonna kind of jump in to what I want to jump into. So,
the Hornsent are an extremely ritualistic people, with swaths of their culture devoted to spiritual research and invoking the divine.
Room, yeah.
And one of the most sacred things to them is the crucible,
retirement of Elden Ring. So
they have to thank for their tangled horns, which are considered an evolutionary gift. If you didn't know,
cool,
the crucible has been long established as this primordial form of the Erd Tree, a blending of life that became the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. And apparently, it originated in the place that became the Realm of Shadow.
It's very pretty.
This becomes quite clear thanks to Devonia,
who is the
longest serving of the Crucible Knights.
I had not seen that
helmet,
man.
she quested in search of the Crucible's origin, and departed from the lands of the Erd Tree alone. Another item we can find that's a clue for the Crucible is Spira, an incantation for a spiral of light. The spiral, it says, is a normalized Crucible current that one day will form a column that stretches to the gods. Maybe it's no coincidence that the White Tower of Ballarat is a spiral, nor that it culminates in a divine gateway that is a column of the dead stretching to the gods. There's also trees that include the dead, but I digress, I'm getting off topic. Back to Marika, because at some point it seems Marika rose to prominence within or adjacent to this Hornsent culture. We can kind of infer this because Hornsent refer to Marika's eventual purge as a betrayal.
Yeah.
And something can only really be a betrayal if you were aligned with them in the first place, right? So the Hornsent were aware of Marika and
the fact that this guy
likely
gets all
her
this
Erd Tree
footage
as well, before what they call the betrayal. But how?
Cool.
How did Marika rise to such power in their homeland where she was
Why is she
presumably
manspreading
a
at me?
shaman, one of those subjugated? Well, before there was this betrayal, there was a seduction from which gold arose,
Yeah,
and
who'd she fuck?
I think
I
the
haven't figured that out.
fingers had a hand in it.
I fear that you have borne witness to the whole of it. The conceits, the hypocrisy of the world built upon the Erd Tree. The follies of men,
Right.
their bitter suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Is there no hope for redemption?
I might get back in Elden Ring, you should.
The answer, sadly, is clear.
This fucking thing, man.
There never was any hope. They were each of them defective, unhinged from the start. Marika herself, and the fingers that guided her.
Why do the fingers have
And
hair?
this is what troubles me. No matter our efforts, if the roots are rotten,
Roots
then
of
we have
rotten.
little recourse.
Little
Ymir
recourse.
is the high priest of Manus Meta, a cathedral of the hand to the east. Once he instructed Relana herself in the sorcerous arts, but
Did he?
eventually he
I
would
guess he
come
did.
to abandon this allegiance to the moon, stating that the moon was merely the closest of the celestial bodies, and nothing more.
I am a glintstone sorcerer. We study the stars.
Sometimes I'm guided by my
Examine the
fingers. It's
life
just how it
therein.
be.
Are
Me.
you familiar with our
Yeah,
findings?
I love the voice acting in
Long
this game.
ago,
It's so much fun.
we began as stardust,
Oh.
born of a great rupture far across the skies. We too are children of the greater will.
I like that only
Is that
sometimes
not
he rolls
divine?
the R's. Only sometimes.
Is that not sublime? And yet, none can fathom its implications. Its utter brilliance.
Brilliant.
In the ruins of this land, and beneath Manus Meta itself, are the echoes of that greater truth that Ymir glimpsed. This is Meta herself, the mother of fingers. Her remembrance reads, "The mother of all two fingers and finger creepers was in turn a magnificently gleaming daughter of
What?
the greater will,
I didn't read
and the
this.
first shooting star to fall upon the lands between."
She's the
You
mother
might
of all
recall
two
The Elden
fingers.
Ring and the Elden Beast
And was
made
the
landfall
first
in the lands between
to
upon
land?
a star as well.
That's
But
crazy. I didn't
Meta
actually read that.
Came even before that. So it was that this mother birthed the fingers, communing with and receiving signs from the greater will, who occupied the great beyond. But at some point, Meta became broken, abandoned, and no sign has come through ever since.
Do you recall what I said?
Damn,
That
I didn't actually
Marika
notice that.
And the fingers that guided her were unsound from the start. Well, the truth lies deeper still. It is their mother who is damaged and unhinged. The fingers are but unripe children, victims in their own right.
It's not clear when Meta was broken, abandoned, but
Have you
I
finished the
assume it was
DLC?
before
No,
Marika
but I already
started
kind of
taking the
know
guidance
how
of
it
the
ends,
fingers,
so I
since
started watching
Ymir
this already.
states that the fingers were unsound from the start. Thus, the Greater Will's guidance is outdated at the very least.
I'm
and
almost done though. We'll
has
probably
been
finish it today,
for
honestly.
all of Marika's reign.
If I don't try
That's a
and go
pretty big
100%
revelation.
on the rest of it.
Incidentally, Placidusax was also
Placidusax.
Elden Lord before Marika, and he was abandoned by his god as well, so maybe things became broken around that time. Lots of speculation to be had there.
I'm almost done with the DLC.
At any rate,
I'm just trying to
abandonment
100%
by the
it.
Greater will or no,
I gotta go dress up like a slut and
Marika
drive
took up the power
drink
of
at the
the
church.
Elden
Have a
Ring
good
that the fingers
time.
offered for her own
I'm
reasons,
jealous. I haven't
and
been able to go
the
in like
abandoned
over a
fingers spread
year.
the glory of the greater will through her, and she through them. Another important item on this topic is the ancient seed talismans that can be found, which depict the two fingers around an Erd tree seed. They had a hand in the birth of the Erd tree. All this while, the fingers claimed to be envoys for the greater will, but that's a lie. The greater will is gone. The fingers are alone, operating on outdated guidance. This is
No.
something that many characters suspected, but most characters in Elden Ring assumed that this happened around the time the Elden Ring was shattered.
I'm glad you got to stop by
It's
too.
a revelation that
I probably
the
won't be able to
fingers
go
have been
for a long
broken
time.
for
It's hard to find a
really
babysitter
long
at night,
time.
unfortunately.
And so the Tarnished too is alone.
I'll do
following
my
this
best though.
Guidance of grace that now likely only belongs to Marika herself, if anyone. And Marika might have played friendly with the horn scent for a time, but eventually she had what was surely vengeance when the horn scent were purged, subjugated, and betrayed. The realm of shadow became this
crazy.
disconnected domain of death, and the shadow tree that looms high became the realm's symbol of abandonment, not grace. Before she left, Marika bathed the village of her home in gold, placing a small illusory tree that restores the health of those nearby. She did this knowing full well that there was no one left to heal. Then she left, never to return.
I kind of love
Not
Marika.
even for her son, who she left behind to endlessly enact her subjugation of the realm of shadow. So, next, let's talk about Messmer.
Oh,
the
Mesmer,
Impaler.
my baby. I adore him.
As anticipated,
His boss fight
Messmer
was so
is
good.
entirely loyal to his mother. who is
Marika, just
Queen
like me,
Marika.
for real. A bad
His armor
mom.
reveals that, on his mother's wishes, Messmer made himself a symbol of fear, undertaking the cleansing crusade she desired. And, in the end, all those stripped of the grace of gold would perish.
In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
To this end, he had his black
Kinda says it
knights,
bored,
fire
like he's
knights,
bored
and
as hell.
common infantry. Not to
He's
mention
like, yeah,
the
and they
Carrion
all
forces
died
who
in
followed
Mesmer's
R'hllana
flame.
into war on Mesmer's behalf. So it was that the Hornsent were purged.
He
in
said,
a war
whatever,
without
whatever.
end. A phantom
I like how your model
Castle
follows your mouth as
Ensis
you eat. The
bemoans,
software's really good. Oh,
"America,
thank you.
I beg, embrace your child, and give us a sign. How long must this holy war stretch on?" But Marika never returned, testing their faith. One phantom even raises the possibility that Messmer
Poor
himself
Mesmer's been stuck there
has
for like a
been
jillion years.
abandoned.
Yeah.
And he has.
He has
The
been
final
abandoned,
straw
poor
for him
thing.
is when you, a tarnished who would become Elden Lord, arrives at his doorstep.
He has a ton of siblings that it's implied he's never met. A mother whom he loves more than anyone else that abandoned him. I can't even blame the dude for being like fucked
I
up.
will not suffer. Our Lord, devoid of light.
I can't even blame him for being upset. Hi, Chaotic. How are you? Hi.
No, Mother,
Oh,
forgive
mother.
me.
Oh, he's doing the oh mother pose when he says oh mother. I never even noticed that. When he says oh mother, he does the pose and then asks her forgiveness before removing her final gift. Oh, this poor baby. Poor fucking Mesmer, man. Mesmer has a good voice, or the Vati has a good voice? Oh, that breaks my heart. Oh, Vati, yeah. I never even noticed he did the oh mother pose. That literally breaks my fucking heart.
Soon tarnished.
Asks for her forgiveness. Ugh. Yeah, the Mesmer fight is the best fight in the
Wilt
DLC so
thou
far.
be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light?
Mesmer is honestly one of the best characters in the whole DLC, and I'm
Like
so
his
glad he
siblings,
became
Messmer
the
was
marketing
born
point.
cursed. In fact, the game likens his
Rykard
curse
was
to
right all
Melanis,
along.
who
Poor Moke,
is heavily
yeah.
implied to be his younger sister.
Yes, Melina is his
Messmer,
younger
too,
sister.
it is said, bore a vision of fire.
Yes,
We
he
learn
did.
this from the item Messmer's Kindling, which describes the fire that endlessly burns within him, a dark thing,
Mesmer,
eaten
like his
away
little
at
sister.
by a wicked serpent.
Damn, I never even saw the teeth
His
in that bitch.
remembrance
Woo!
elaborates on
Jesus!
this serpent, stating a malevolent snake writhed within Messmer, and so his very mother plucked out his eye and put in its place a seal of grace. So I was wrong about this eye. It wasn't the slitted eye of dragon communion. Instead, it was Marika's seal of grace, holding back something terrible. The description continues to state that even with this seal
Well,
in
Mesmer
place,
is British, that is true.
Marika's fear compelled her to secret away her child within the realm of shadow, hidden away, keeping company with the original sin, and a hatred that would not be confined.
Ugh.
There's so much more to say about this base serpent and the dark fire. There's so much more to say about Mesmer. We even learn from
adore Mesmer.
Gaius's remembrance that Mesmer was an older brother to Ridan,
Yes.
meaning Mesmer's birth, and thus the birth of Melina as well, likely would have arrived much earlier in the timeline. And there's a ton of curiosities with Mesmer's knights as well, some of whom were loyal,
Yeah, so
some who were
apparently
disloyal, and some
Mesmer and Melina were the first two children. It was Mesmer and then implied Melina as soon as Marika left the Land of Shadow, gave birth to her at the base of the Erd Tree as soon as it was created. And then way later on down the line, the rest of the siblings were born. Which is insane to me, because that means that this woman had like 18 kids in her lifetime, and I'm terrified of her.
some of whom occupied this space of reluctance in between. But those stories are better off in other videos. In the interest of moving on, there is one last thing I want to talk about with Mesmer, and it's that in the cut dialogue, Mesmer notes that Mikola has spoken of us to him, and indeed we do know that Mikola did come through this Shadow Keep, divesting.
Yeah, so that's what I thought about. So in the Shadow Keep, there's an area where Mikola left his arm, which implies that he came to see his brother and talk to his brother. And then in cut dialogue, Mesmer talks about the fact that Mikola warned him that we would be coming, and that we were not at all what he was expecting. Which, like, Mikola what?
himself at the crosses all the while, which brings us to our next topic, Saint Trina.
Oh, my wife. Love of my life.
Each cross of Mikola is a piece of himself, marked with his great rune. Arms, an eye, flesh, but there's a couple of crosses in particular that I remember as a part of what was an extremely chilling moment. As you progress along the coast towards the fissure, you notice that Mikola has divested himself of his doubt and vacillation. Without these things, he was free, it seems, to abandon something that was very dear to him. And inside the fissure, at what is perhaps the deepest part of the land in the realm of shadow, we realize that Mikola has actually divested himself of his love. A phantom says, "Kindly Mikola, I see you've thrown away something you should not have under any circumstances. How will you salvation offer to those who cannot be saved, when you could not even save your other self?" His other self, his love, his fate, was Saint Trina. So to Mikola, who was one of
The
Marika's
scar
kin,
on her face. I
having
never
a
even
second
noticed.
self is nothing new, really.
It's
We've
her
now
blood
even learned
dripping
from the shamans that
Oh my god.
therefore-
Hold on. That is blood. That is her, like, thick, like, viscous blood. Which means when she landed, she hit her head on something on the way down, and then landed with, like, her head tilted in this direction, and the blood ran from the wound on her head. Or this is where she landed, and when she grew upwards as a plant, the blood then started to run from the wound across her face. And that's what we are eating whenever we are taking her essence or whatever. We are literally holding our hands under her cheek and collecting the blood and then drinking it. That's crazy. I'm so glad he has these, like, up close, like, shots of her, because you can only get so close in the game. God, she's absolutely gorgeous, though.
second self is nothing new, really. We've now even learned from the shamans that their flesh melds harmoniously with others, after all. Actually, the fact that St. Trina was able to be discarded might even suggest that Radigan could have become divested from Marika in a similar way. But Miquella's other
Smash.
half was truly special, and she was renowned for granting peaceful sleep to many in the lands between,
Yes, she
which
was.
I imagine would have been very much appreciated in this land that's filled with the weary undead. So St. Trina naturally had many followers, and perhaps at the fore was Tiolier, whose
Tiolier,
obsession
my love!
with St. Trina returns almost immediately when Miquella's enchantment finally breaks.
I'm feeling rather lost, haunted by memories of St. Trina, her visage, her scent, the lure of velvety sleep.
I am
Would kindly
totally for
Miquella
real.
chasten me for falling for St. Trina, while knowing that she was the discarded half? The problem is, I simply cannot help it. I would sacrifice everything just to gaze upon her
Me
one
too,
last
man.
time.
Me too.
St. Trina is below, defended by a putrescent knight who is basically tainted flesh once given eternal rest that now serves St. Trina. Die enough times to St. Trina's nectar, and
Nectar. That's
you
what
will
they
hear
call
her
it.
words.
Miquella.
She has such a good voice.
Oh,
It's like
Turn
gentle.
turn the poor thing into a god. Godhood would be Miquella's prison. A cage divinity is beyond saving. You must kill Miquella.
Miquella.
Grant him forgiveness.
All of this makes you realize that if godhood really would be Miquella's cage, as St. Trina believes, then it really might have been Marika's cage as well. It echoes what the Saw Seals suggested long ago, that solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse from which there is no deliverance.
I didn't even think about that.
In the end, Marika's cage divinity is likely a part of why she shattered the Elden Ring. And so, Miquella's divinity would surely come at a cost to him. He would essentially be sacrificing himself to bring about that gentle age in the name of everybody who would fall under his enchantment. And this enchantment is a tendency that Miquella regains when he returns in full force as a god, because once charmed by Miquella, a circlet of light adorns your head.
It's his
And
crown.
according
I
to the
love that.
description of the
It's like
circlet
his tiara,
of light,
yeah.
which you receive after Miquella's defeat, this enchanting circlet would have been the foundation of Miquella's Age of Compassion, not the Elden Ring. Presumably, in his age, all would be charmed.
Probably,
But
yeah.
Miquella found one that would refuse to be embraced. You. No wonder, as one god and one king consort is all the world needs. And you're the chosen Elden Lord of a different age, whatever
Mhm.
ending that may be for you. So, naturally, you would have refused to be embraced. Thank you for watching, and thank you for listening to me, even
That's crazy, yo. Alright. I'm gonna go grab a drink. And then we're gonna start playing Elden Ring. You ready? Y'all ready? Let me move all my shit bag. Shit bag. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Hi. Hi, cat. Hi. Hi, cat. Hi. I'm back. Sorry, I had to go potty. I went to the potty. I got myself a new drink to hydrate with. I threw away my lunch, dinner thing. Okay, so I have to go to in here. So as you can see, first floor is where Freya is. I have to go to the first floor. Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate. I got myself a Gatorade. Hold on. You can listen to me open it. I can't get it open. Wait. Wait, this is embarrassing. Hold on. Ah! Okay. There we go. Yay! Thank you! It's lemon lime. It's lemon lime! Okay, so I have to talk to, there's a man here that I must speak to. Fucking Jesus, I don't want to be back here. Alright. Why is everything so tall? What the fuck? My favorite is fruit punch. Fruit punch is pretty good. I will give you that. Lemon lime is just good for me because it tastes like jello, like liquid jello. Yeah, actually, you make a good point. I imagine all of this was set up for Mesmer since this is his castle, so I might just be short. Y'all, you make a real good point there, actually. Hey, dude. Alright, so somewhere on this first floor... Hi. The fuck? Is Einsbach. So I need to figure out where that is. Maybe we're just short. The day I'm short is the day I go to hell. Alright. Well, that's not what I want. Welcome to hell. No! Alright, that takes us down. I need to go up, I guess? I feel like going up takes me off the first floor, but it's fucking fine, I suppose. Ansbach should be in here somewhere. Ansbach. Oh, he honestly might be in here. I haven't looked in here at all. Apparently. Yep, there he is. Hey, bud.
Righteous tarnished. It's been some time.
It has been. How you doing, bud?
There was one thought I could not dislodge from my mind.
Yes, sir.
So, here I am.
Mm-hmm.
Quite unable to move on.
I've been there. What's the thought? You having a PTSD episode?
After
What's
Lord
happening?
Moke's slain at his dynastic palace.
Sorry about that.
It appears his body has been absconded with.
That's unfortunate.
And taken straight to kind Mikola.
That's strange.
Surely you recall that I once served Lord Moog as a pureblood knight.
I do.
After failing him in every regard.
Right.
And losing sight of my vows.
Well, at least you're honest about it.
I'd do anything to make amends.
Right.
In whatever meager way I can.
That makes sense. My sword is just through your body. I'm sorry.
What could they possibly have in mind for Lord Moog's remains?
You don't want to know.
The implications are rather unnerving.
Yeah.
Freya, by the gods. She must be feeling the need to reaffirm her allegiance before she heads to war.
Yeah.
A true red mane she is. Hardly troubled by the rot.
Yeah, she's
but
good.
No one is without their shortcomings. She has a hard road ahead.
Shows she does.
It does make one think.
Yeah.
Perhaps our concerns are but two sides of the same coin.
Perhaps they are.
Well, what's this?
Take a look.
Yes.
That was pure sadness.
Yes, I should have known.
Yeah.
Even the truth was itself mere folly.
Okay.
As if using Lord Moog to gain entrance to the land of shadow were not enough.
Uh-huh.
He plans to use his corpse as the vessel of his king consort.
Yeah,
Has
about that.
forsaken Lord Moog's soul.
Yeah.
He desires only his empty shell.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I didn't want to have to tell you.
I'm afraid Tentamicola fails to grasp the humiliation implied by this act.
Yeah,
One
probably.
thing is certain. My dear lord deserved better.
I'm so sorry for killing him.
Righteous tarnished. You have my gratitude.
Do I?
You have given me the answers I needed.
Did I?
But I can hardly fathom it. Such folly. Unto the end.
The
I am
Moglesta.
a warrior, but I've aged. I cannot afford to act hastily.
Right.
Curse it all. I know my limits.
Yeah.
I could spend the rest of my life honing my craft, and still that creature would be out of my blade's reach.
Okay.
The absolute folly of... The absolute...
Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go talk to Freya real quick. Yeah, Moog beat the allegations for real, for real. But also, damn!
I'm afraid I'm busy, truly.
I'm
afraid
supposed to be able to get something from Angisbach. Hold on. This man was supposed to give me something for her, and he didn't, and I wonder why. I may have fucked up somewhere. Along the route. I didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. It's a little funnier that way. You fucking cunt. The absolute fucking dickheadedry of it all. Imagine getting groomed by a twink. It's not really being groomed as much as it is just like being straight up mind controlled.
Righteous, could you please...
Oh, thank you.
Thanks to you, Freya possesses this knowledge will surely see us.
Thank you.
Perhaps I should... This is the only... Perhaps this is
Alright,
the only...
thank you. That's what I needed. But he didn't give it to me. Gaslit roofied? No. I wouldn't even say roofied, because like roofied you're just too out of it to say anything, but like straight up like mind control.
I'm afraid I'm busy, truly.
Here you go.
From Sir Ansbach to me?
Yes, ma'am.
What on earth could it... Oh.
Hmm.
Yes. Of course.
Enchantment is bad.
I see.
Usually,
As the
yeah.
Festival of War
Honestly, I
concluded,
can't think of a good...
General Radahn's soul met an honourable end.
I genuinely can't
but
think
Commonly Mikola
of
wishes
like
to
a
revive
single
it,
thing.
which is fine by me. I know it would pain old Jeren, but war has always suited General Radahn best. And certainly far more than any honourable death. Endless war to invigorate the soul, as befits General Radahn, the great lion.
No. I will say, Radahn's people get him, and they love him dearly. Yeah, enchantment magic should be super illegal because it's real fucked up, and I genuinely cannot think of one way to use that isn't, like, awful.
Thank you. Now give my regards to Honourable Ansbach. Tell him
Ansbach.
if we should meet in battle, to face your bow would be fine enough. But to face your blade would be an honor.
No. Oh.
Brave warrior.
What the fuck did you just give me? Damn. Awarded to especially valorous members of Radon's personal guard on the occasion of its formation. That slaps, actually. Alright, Radon, I see you. What's this? As the golden barbs inflicted eternal agony upon him, Midra held fast to Nanaya's entreaty. Endure. The word was a curse. This man's wife fucked him up. Both were as elder brothers to the lion, and both were cursed from birth. In spite of, or perhaps because of this very reason, Gaius was both Mesmer's friend and the leader of his men. Aww. So Gaius and Mesmer were close friends. As they were both older brothers. Fascinating. Those are all my books. I haven't read some of these, so... The dear fingers look after their mother, or perhaps that is merely what the mother wishes to believe. Ugh, that hurts. I don't know if they're gonna do another DLC. I really hope they do, but they said that they weren't planning on it as of now. So, I really hope they do another one, though. Let's see. The mother of two fingers and finger creepers was in turn a gleaming daughter of the greater will. They call these mushrooms the stillborn of the two fingers. Ugh. That's crazy. Yeah, they said that this was going to be the first and last DLC, but who knows? Maybe they lied. Season pass. Huh, interesting. First blades. So much stuff I haven't like actually looked at yet. Alright. I think if they do anything, it will probably be a sequel. Honestly. Like an Elden Ring 2 or whatever. Only because, like... Dark Souls got, what, 3 games? Bloodborne got 3 games. There's only one Bloodborne? I thought there were 3. I don't know why. Maybe I'm confusing Bloodborne and Dark Souls then. For some reason, I thought there were 3. There are 2 of these fuckers over here? Damn, I didn't even notice. 3 Dark Souls, 1 Bloodborne, 1 Sekiro, Demon Souls. Okay, that's what it is. I was thinking of Demon Souls, I think. I I thought there was a season pass. You thought there were 3 Bloodborne. Look, the brainworms are real.
Perhaps I shouldn't, but this is the... I should have expected as much from Freya. Some things simply
An
never
armored
occur
core.
to
Oh
her.
yeah, I forgot they made armored core.
Paralyzing fear. True despair.
True despair.
That's Freya through and through. That's Freya.
Alright, well, I've completed these quests. What other NPC quest am I missing? Hold on, let me double check. There's like 15 armored core games. Oh my god, are there really? I didn't know that. Okay, hold on, we're looking for the DLC is what we're looking for. Okay, so Lita... Horn Scent, which we did. Freya, which we did. Ansbach, which I think we just finished. We haven't done anything for more. We did Tholier. We did Fire Knight. We did Egon. We did Brandam. We did Dane. We did the Dragon Priestess. We did Ymir. We did Yolan. We've done Saint Trina. I think we've done everybody's. I think. I'm gonna double check though, just to make sure. I know where he's at. I actually have him on my map. He's like, I meant to add him to my map, but he's all the way up here. He's in here. He's in there. I'm trying to finish the NPC storylines too before I do the final boss. Okay, so Freya. Summon her against the Divine Beast. Talk her up to the fight. Break the charm. Find her on the 7th floor. Secret right scroll. Talk to Ansbach. Give the letter to Freya. Damn. Okay, so... we did Freya's. Freya's good. I believe we finished the Hornstone. I don't think there's anything else we could have done. Yeah. We did all of the Hornstone stuff. Oh, wait. No, we didn't. Oh. We could have given him... Scorpion stew. And he could have given us some information. I didn't know that. Oh, I also could have summoned him for the Golden Hippo? I didn't even notice that. Damn. Okay. I didn't do some of this, but it still worked. It still worked, so I'm gonna take it. That, I don't know how that still worked. Okay, Tholier we finished. Lita, Ansbach, and more are for sure what I want to do. We did Egon, we did Ymir. I think we've done the rest of these two, but I'm just gonna double check. I know we've done the Dragon Communion and Yolan. Okay, Lita we'll look at last. Ansbach. Secret Rite Scroll. Okay, we did that. And then we have to progress Lita's quest. And then I have to respond to the summon signs. Okay, so I gotta go back and do that. Okay, I finished Moore's. Okay. Dane doesn't really do much. Okay, oh, after you kill Mesmer, if you talk to her... Okay, good to know. I don't really need that, though. Okay. So I have to do Lita's next. Okie dokes. I figured it out. I figured it out. So Lita should still be here. Unless I've completely glitched this out. Lita should be here. We're gonna talk to Lita. We're gonna rest. Okay, and then we should go back to up here. Yeah, so it shows he's not here anymore. So we want to go back to the first floor where he was, and then there should be something there that should let us protect him from her whenever she decides she wants to fucking jump him. This was an option for the Hornsent as well, but I kind of just didn't do it because I didn't know it existed. Which is fine. It's not the end of the world. However, it did slightly put a damper in things. Not intentionally, of course. Okay, so here there should be 2 summon signs. Yep, there they are. Alright, so we want to assist Ansbach. I accidentally skipped this with the other one, but apparently that's fine.
I will dispose of you. I find that I have a new apprehension. Your ambivalence and exactly where
You would carve an old man such guys. You are thorough indeed, Lady.
Oh god.
Expect nothing less. As you surmise.
Letta!
You will not simply lay down and die. You've lost your wit. By my troth, you have no such debt to this old man. Though I gladly welcome your decision. Now I might even live to see you. Lady Leda, I ask you keep calm.
Alright. So we do this. I did not do this with the horn scent, but apparently you don't have to complete the quest. You just don't get all the items. Okay, cool. So I get Letta's rune, and I get Anne's box bow. And then all I gotta do is I gotta go to Sir Ilum, I suppose. Alright, I just need to continue the DLC story until I burn the ceiling tree for the next interaction. Alright, so. That's all I have to do for them. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go fucking deal with this thing, I guess. I don't really know the best way to get in here. I know that it's here, but I don't really know the best way to get in. You know? But I mean, there's a path here and some very aggressive goats, so it must be for a reason, right? Because by God, are these goats aggressive? Also like a shit ton of bears. Oh. Wait, what the fuck? Ah. Yeah, which way do I need to go to find my way into this fucking thing? Because I don't want to be wandering around all day. Do I have to go back over there? Was it over there and I just fucking missed it? This place is gorgeous, though. I really don't understand why there needs to be so many bears, however. But it's fine. Go to the Sunken Chapel, Grace, and there's a route from there that can get you down there. Oh, okay. I don't know if I have the Sunken Chapel. Now that you bring it up. Oh, there it is. All right. I guess I never really did explore this area very well. Because last time I was here, there's that big ass bitch and I didn't want to deal with him. Yeah, this guy. Can I not summon for him? Really? I have to fucking kill it on my own? Okay, there's a fucking crab. Where's its spot? There we go. Yeah, they Mantle of Thorns. They do really be loving them tree spirits, man. Also, fuck that crab. Who the hell told that big ass crab that he was just allowed to be here? Some bullshit. These fucking tree spirits are the worst, man. I hate it. I mean, it wasn't necessarily easy, but I'll take it. Yeah, because I think last time I was here, I kind of just ran through here real quick because I was nervous. Oh, this goes up? That's kind of sick. I didn't know that. Why is there so much blood up here? What happened up here? We're gonna level up our vigor real quick. Oh. I see. I know where we are. Okay. Yeah. I know where we are. Was that the last boss? No. It's just a fucking dude. They're just all over this game. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but no, not the final boss. Just a fucking dude. 'Cause they're everywhere in this godforsaken game. Big ass crabs. Dog head. Yeah, I guess you could say that. The boss I'm going to right now is the last world boss, yes. Unless I wanted to do all of the, dungeons and temples. Or the dungeons and temples, which I probably will do, honestly. The hell? Quarry. Smithing stones. Anything else? Really? Another one of you bitches? There should not be this many of you hoes! Jesus! Not me getting the other fucking thing I needed to get that sword that I wanted. It's a bit late for that. They're so gross. Yeah, they're the fucking worst, man. At least he killed one of the crabs in here for me, so I'm not gonna have to do it. Oh, and you couldn't even do that right. Flesh tree worm? Yeah. Anyways, what are y'all eating on? Gang, y'all are fucking gross. I'm sorry, I can't. See, they make you fight those guys by yourself, not necessarily because they're hard, but because they hate you. But I will admit that there is a lot that I didn't see down here because of the fact that I was trying to avoid said dragon. So... is this just back where I was? Sure he is. But my challenge. Yeah, whatever. No horse ahead. Yeah, I know. Oh, does this guy come back? The tree's back together. Does this guy come back? Alright. Alright, let's see. Pickle. Oh, pickle. Me too, gang. I like pickles, you like pickles, we all like pickles. My cape is covered in mud. Alright. This fucking guy. Shut up! Shut up! I hate your dumbass. Ow, fucking A. I fucking hate this guy, y'all. He's the worst. Fuck his little doodads too. Oh, sir, I'm sorry. I didn't want to be like supporting you emotionally. Ugh. Yeah, it's the elevator that goes up. Yeah, I remember this. 'Cause last time I was here, I said, fuck that guy. And if I recall properly, I took that elevator up and I did not come back down. Offer rump to the chair. Fire ahead. Show is. Alright. There's another path out that way. There's the statue here. Very nice. I'm covered in blood. And dirt. And grime. Visions of dragon? Visions of dragon? Dragon. Visions of frost? Visions of frost? What the fuck? Be weary of high spot? Yeah, sure is. One of you dummies jumped off of it? Ooh. Have a good meal, mental. Let's see. Alright. So I'm gonna walk down in here. And it's probably gonna be the worst decision of my life. Or it's not. Or it's fine. Oh, we're going down. I see. Is it gonna be behind us? Damn, we are going down. We're going down. I'm yelling timber. This elevator was fucking high. This is a night you won't remember. I am the one you won't forget. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right, visions of dragon. Is that what this thing is? Is it a dragon? I don't think it is. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is a dragon. Bridge ahead? No shit. Visions of skeleton? Vision of trap? I'm staying away from the blood. That's America. Try attacking, then seek down. Rolling? What the fuck is about to happen to me? Still no head. Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't have one, gang. Praise the right. Alright, we'll go to the right then. Oh, it doesn't even fucking matter. Y'all suck. Ooh, another America's rune. Oh shit. Okay. How many times is this thing gonna wreck my ass? What happened to you? Oh. Be weary of weak foe? Flower ahead, but be weary of trio? Trio. Okay. I'm a little nervous, but I think it's fine. Ah, I see. Ow. Oh. Oh, okay. Can I drink? 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 The fuck's up with this guy? Alright, that was fine. Just gonna take it out with one beautiful little hit to the face. That was fine. What?! What the fuck?! Oh, the base doesn't fucking count. Of course not. Why would it? It's about to fucking bleed me, this fucking thing. Why do I feel like this isn't it? I feel like... Oh my god, why do I feel like this isn't it? Because I was right! What the fuck?! Hey, real question, gang, how many faces does a bitch need?! Oh my god. Oh my god. It's okay. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. Just let me put you out of your misery, bud. Okay, we got it. Oh, and I got Mikla's rune. Very nice. That's what I needed. Phantasmic. Why did it have 3 fucking phases? What in the fucking Legend of Zelda was that bullshit? That was some Legend of Zelda ass shit. And touch this real quick. I'm gonna go touch that grace. Why is he so weak? Yeah, famous fucking last words. What the fuck? Alright, well now I also have the rune I need. I feel like they should have had him do more damage. I was dodging a lot of his shit. He does hit. 3 hits would have killed me. Okay, so I now have Mikla's rune, which is what I need. But it retains not but the power to resist charms, so I will need that for his fight. Broken and bereft of its bounty, it retains not but the power to resist charms. Mikula set off for the tower enshrouded by shadow, abandoning everything. His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate, all in an effort to bury the original sin, to embrace the whole of it and be reborn. It's the shadow of the Erd Tree, born of dark notions that bear no sense of order. Gnawed by loneliness, the old man turned his attention to the spirituality of Mesmer's flame, thus using it as a rite of resurrection. Yet the soulless bodies he brought to life were no comfort to poor Wego. Sorry to hear it, Weegs. Covers the caster and impenetrable thorns. Once covered, dodge rolls will damage enemies. That's so funny. Spurn all that exists, wound all that exists, for we have been abandoned. Let's see. Are there any boss weapons you can get from all the remembrances? None that I don't already have. Like, there's none that I would want that I don't already have. But yeah, no, I can go up and start trying to work on the boss fight now. First rise. Outer wall. So, we can start working towards this now. And this place fucking sucks, man. I got here once and was like, I hate it here. So, you know. That's where this guy is. Why was he hustling down those fucking steps? You see what I mean? Oh! Ah! I don't know any of the edges over here. Oh no. So this is the area where I tried to boss rush, run through, and it did not work. Don't laugh at me. Don't fucking laugh at me. Don't point and laugh. Wait. Wait, don't point and laugh. You gonna come here? Or? I almost did it again. Fuck that guy. I know, I almost did it again. I know, I don't need you to remind me. I know, I see it. I see with mine own eyes what I have almost done more than once. Alright, so last time I was in here, I was just running for my fucking life. Trying my best not to get killed by all the things around here. This time, I'm a little stronger. It's only a little, though. Hi, Devil! I'm only a little stronger, so... God knows if I'm gonna be able to deal with half the shit that this game's gonna throw at me. Okay, let's start down. See where this elevator takes us. I think I know where this elevator takes us. Just in case, we're gonna test that. How are you? Why do I have bubbles coming up off me? Okay, yeah, that just takes me back to the steps. Got it. Good. Good to know. Alright, we gotta go upstairs. I'm off work for 2 days. Oh, fuck yeah, we are big chillin'. Tomorrow is my Friday, so... Whoop whoop! Though, depending on how long it takes me to beat Elden Ring, it may not be my Friday. What's going on out here? Nothing good. Pickle. Sure, gang. Anyways, oh right, I forgot these guys come back to life after you kill them. That's the fucking hits, actually. Chill out over there. Alright, so we gotta come up here. And up here is so much fun. Because there's so many fucking bitches. See? I get that they're like worshipping or whatever, but they're also a pain in my ass. We're gonna do... We're just gonna take out the ones that we can around Big Mama. That's Big Mama, by the way. This place is quite nice, actually. I think I'd like a little shrine that looks like this for me. For people where chat can come in here and they can pray to me. I just want a cult. I want a cult centered around me. Is that conceited? Maybe. Hey, big mams. Come over. Come on. Is it conceited to just want a cult centered around me? Oh, that's bad. Ma'am! Can she get through this doorway? Absolutely not. Ooh, she had revered spirit ashes. Hi, ladies. Oh, there's shit down there. Aw. Alright. Howdy doody. MILF? Is that your type, Gore? Big boned women? More power to you, honestly. We got a man who knows what he likes over here. I love that for you. Oh. I don't know. Is it conceited of me to want, like, a shrine for myself? Spirit ashes down here. That's quite nice. Time for head. Please do not give the horn scent head. I love a woman who can breathe fire. You know what? That's so fair. Yeah, chat, if I build you guys a shrine for me, would y'all come and do weekly worship? Or would that be blasphemous? I'm unsure. I gotta go up there and kill that dude real quick, or else she's gonna fucking get me. Wow, I love when there's little areas that have nothing there for them. Hi, gang. Wow, all that for one item? That's a little bullshit. Oh well. Don't. That's real fucked up of you. Stop doing it. Alright, here's where I'm about to get fucked. Yeah, where's the Oshi shrine? For real, what the fuck? Alright. This is where we're about to struggle a little bit. Oh, you have to take the branch over there to get that? I worry that the item that you get by doing that is not gonna be worth it. But I will attempt it anyways. Just because I don't want to fight this other thing that bad. Damn, I fucking killed that shit. Oh, you get Spyra. Okay. That's fine. Never mind. Turns out, totally is worth it. Oh, this just brings you right back here, so you still have to fight that guy? Oh, that fucking... That eats at my ass, and not in a good way. Shit! Has that gap always been there? Are you really a fan of tragedy if you don't have a cum tribute shrine? What? I didn't say all that, Gore. I just said a shrine. Where did you get cum tributes from? I'm scared. I don't want all that. Man, I'm gonna hand somebody a sticker at a convention, and they're gonna respond by just coming on it. Alright. I don't want to fucking do this shit. See, that's exactly why I didn't want to do this shit. Oh my god, the body check. Oh my fucking god. Fuck this guy. Actually, fuck this guy. Oh, I gotta go do all that fucking shit again. Just fucking take me out. Oh, and the big bitch is back. That's that guy from the meme earlier? Yeah, there's 3 of them on this fucked up path. There's 3 of these bitches. I remember them. Alright, my shit's right there. I just gotta fucking make it to it. Ow. Can you bum rush past them? Yes, but it's fucking hard. Oh, please, God. Oh, please, God. Yeah, because this fucker's here, too. Fuck Spyra. Fuck Spyra. Stop! 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 Fuck Spyra. Fuck Spyra. Fuck Spyra. It's fine. guys whooped my ass last time. I have this item, or are you just gonna fucking Spyro me? Yeah, see, I should have seen that fucking coming. I just wanted the item. Oh my god. Here, I abandoned all my fears. Yeah, and you left them with those fuckers for me to have. Because I'm full of fear. The hell? Yeah, fucking Spyra. The fuck? 40,000? Should be enough. This should be enough. Nope. Wasn't enough. Let's do 42,000. Is that enough? Yep. Oh my god. Those guys are the fucking worst, man. And the fact that you can't summon a mimic, you just have to fucking freeball it. I survived longer that time than I did the last time I tried to attempt that. Mr. Beast. Why do people keep commenting Mr. Beast everywhere? Why can I get up here? Why is that an option? Oh. Oh, there were two of you Spyra fucks. That's why that path was such a pain in the ass. There were two of you! You know what? You know what? That actually pisses me off. That there were two of them. That actually pisses me off. No wonder I was so fucking overwhelmed. Alright, fuck you. You're going dead. You're next, bitch. Fuck you. Alright. When will Mr. Beast play Elden Ring? Probably never. Down ahead. Fucking yeah, I see that. There's a path down there. I see, I see. So, by where Big Boy is... Oh, that's the dude I already killed. Okay. Haha. Ow. You know what? I had that coming to me. I shouldn't have ha-ha'd you. What is this? Inquisitor ashes. Oh! That's actually kind of sick. Okay, that was worth it. Somebody try to jump from here to there? Why the fuck would you do that? Who's up here? Oh, it's just you. Anyways. Yeah, there are so many cool new things, for sure. I'm having a great time with the DLC, honestly. It's so much fun. I genuinely never thought I'd get this into Elden Ring, if you want me to be completely honest with you. Oh. But I am really glad that I did. Can't go up anymore from there. No good luck ahead, yeah. Alright. So if you can't go up anymore in here... I guess you're supposed to use the rooftop? Maybe? Maybe there's something on that rooftop I missed. Sand. Oh, you can go around. I see. God, the fucking corpses built into the building itself. Oh, hi. What the fuck? Alright, that was fucking ass. Fucking birds, man. Welcome back, Mental. How are you? Alright, there's an item up here. Smithing stones, very nice. I know some people are like, ooh, smithing stones. Like, fucking man up. They're useful. Don't pretend like they're not. Another fucking bird? Another fucking bird. And that thing. Alright. Yay! Y'all are giving me a lot of these all of a sudden. I get it, but still. Oh. These areas are quite nice. Kind of Mediterranean? Middle Eastern? I don't really know the word I'm looking for here. Praise the clear sky. Yeah, I know, right? It's gorgeous. There's the tree. Gorgeous view ahead. In short, Elden Ring. Not here. Another item for me. Another item from Mama. Another fragment for Mama. Yeah, they are fully preparing me for the way my ass is about to be beat. Oh, don't make me do this up here. Is that another fucking lightning one? Oh, it's a fucking ice one. Cool. So fucking cool. Oh, yep. Yep. So fucking cool! Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Gotta watch those edges. Bitch, he almost killed me even without the use of an edge. I am in danger no matter what. I hate to be the one to admit it. Don't laugh at me. Don't fucking laugh at me right now. Ow! Son of a fucking bird. Stop. Stop pecking me. I do not like it. Stop. Why does everything over here have ridiculous abilities? Oh my god. Stop. Alright. There are my fucking... Alright, can we bum rush it past this fucker? Fucking... I sure hope we can. Hey, bud. Maybe don't do all that. Where do I go from here? What the fuck? Oh! Oh god. I don't know where to go from there. Oh well, at least my runes are closer this time. I think it's cool that the Lion Knights have elemental powers too. I don't think it's cool at all. Actually, I think it's kind of bullshit, if you want me to be completely honest with you. I think I fucking hate it. I don't even know where I'm supposed to go because I'm getting jumped. I'm getting fucking yumped by these guys. I think it would be so much cooler if they just didn't exist. I think the fact that they do exist is a surefire sign that crimes have been committed against me personally. I think I fucking hate them. I think I want them dead. I think their moms are whores. I'm gonna be petty. Where are my runes? Why aren't my runes up? Why aren't my runes down here where I died? Why are they up there? I don't want them to be with him. That's not fair. I don't want my runes to be where that man is. How is that fair to me? Item down there. I don't know. I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Shut up. Hi, dog ant. I'm very confused on what to do here. Like, should I just go and jump this guy so I can take my time trying to figure this out? Or, oh, I gotta go up that way. I see. He sucks. Is there a way I can just bait him off the edge? Finally free from Texas. Proud of you. Oh. Yep, there absolutely is a way you can bait him off the edge. He's down there now. That's fine. That actually is good for me. It's 30 degrees cooler here. God, I fucking wish. I didn't mean to get him that bad. But what that means is now I just can't go down there. So whatever really cool item I saw on that staircase is, that's his now. Because it sure as hell cannot be mine. Not with him down there. He's stuck on that fucking corner too, dumbass. Yeah, it's like 100-something degrees out here. It's the fucking worst. First off behind, then try hidden path. Oh no. Is that where I have to go? Oh wait, no, I don't think it is. I think I'm safe. Yeah, I know that there's a hidden path back there, and I'll try it later when I'm not being... when, stupid fucking big ass man is down there. Did he just take the elevator up? No, that thing did. That's fine. Alright, so there's an elevator I can take down and then back up. So I can just straight up skip that fucker now. Wait, where the hell is this? Wait. This isn't at all where I thought this was. What? Strong foe ahead. Oh no. Oh, it's one of you. Ow. Fucking hate the dancers, man. Oh, I fucking hate the dancers. I don't have to provide my ID to look at NSFW. That's true. Sorry, I'm just making sure this is not the staircase in which I dropped a man. So that I don't get myself absolutely fucking murdered. Alright, that's fine. Not really what I expected, but it's fine. Yeah, it's a good item. I'll take it. I'm happy with that. There's another secret path up there, but I dropped that ice flying down there, so I'm just not gonna fuck with it. Whatever's down there just isn't for me to know, I guess. Can I have a grace, please? I feel like I'm gonna run into another one of those fucking lion guys, and I'm not mentally prepared for it, so if I could have a grace. Dung ahead, therefore try dashing through. If only I had a heal. Oh no. Strong foe ahead. Grace ahead, but fleeing required. Fuck! Okay. Okay, there's not an item or anything over there. Alright, let's see if I can fucking make this. Oh. Can I bait this man over to the elevator? Wait. Hi, Eva! Thank you for the pet score. Oh, I can't bait him over here? He won't go this far? Elden Ring DLC content revived me. Oh, same, honestly. I just have to run past him. I don't want to. I don't want to. He's so close. Alright. Hi, asshole. Bye, asshole. Oh, see. No. Leave me alone. 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 I'm a sweet baby. I'm a sweet girl. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm out of fucking stamina. Don't do it. 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 Let me sit. 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 Please, for the love of God. Oh, I can summon? That's cool. I'll do that in a second. Elden Ring DLC dropped and it was felt in my bones. Oh god, so true. Can I use another one? No, I don't have enough. I love, look, you can summon. That's great, gang. That guy scares the fucking piss out of me. Also, how close do I have to be to this dude to summon is the real question. If he kills me, I'm gonna be so mad. Oh, I have to be pretty fucking close. Hey, Mimic, you know what we're going after? Mimic, do not alert this man. Ow! Alright, good job, gang. Ooh, we got a great sword. That's pretty cool. Dog. Well, hey, at least now we don't have to do a bum rush anymore unless they come back whenever you die, in which case, those the worst. Couldn't have jump double hit, huh? I mean, I always forget I can do it if you want me to be completely honest. Hi, Dova! Hi! I always forget that jump double hit is something I can do. If you want me to be just real blunt with you, ooh. I always forget to do jump stuff. Have you tried Pole Blade of the Bud yet? Is that the one that you get from the centipede lady? Because if so, no. I took her magic spell instead because I wanted to be a girly. And with a girly butterfly spell. I wanted to be a cute girly, even though I don't have... Oh, fuck me. Hi, Lita.
It was never kind to Nicola, was it? The Earth Tree was leading you all along, so that you might ascend to lordship.
Yeah.
These lands to begin with. I suppose it must be what His Eminence, or perhaps the Earth Tree desired all along.
No, I'm just here because I'm
The
nosy.
passion of the favored lords, such that one would prevail. So be it. If you insist upon facing Nicola the Kind,
Yeah.
then I will run you through whoever you might be. Don't tarry now.
Alright, well. We're gonna take our summons. What are the odds this gets a second DLC? Hopefully high. Alright. I got the summons only because I made sure I finished all the DLCs first. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I have all I can have for this. I think I only get Ansbach and Folier. I'm double checking though. Yep, because everybody else fucking hates us. Okay, so I already killed the Hornsent, so he's not gonna be here. Me and Moore are friends, so he's not gonna be here. Freya will be here. Shit. Dane will be here, and Lita will be here. Okay, time to get jumped, I guess. How goes stream? It goes good. It goes good. Yeah, you can kill Freya, and then she won't fight you here. But if you do that, apparently you don't get all of her stuff. So I'm trying to be, I was trying to be very careful about that.
Don't you dare approach Nicola the Kind.
I mean...
Needle Knight's Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
Will they not?
I am the Red Mane, Freya.
Hi, Freya.
The time has come.
I could not hope for a worthier foe. This is our moment. Let's make it something to remember.
Oh, she got me. Oh, right. I forgot I can do this. Bold choice to do that with barely any health me, but it's fine. Ow! Ow! More! Why are you here? We're friends! What?
I stand with
Ansbach! Get the fuck in here! Help me!
of my lord and master, righteous tarnish. It appears that our interests have aligned. A balm upon my soul it is that we do not meet today as enemies. Now, my blade
Fucking Dane's here.
closely.
Oh god, Dane, hi! No! No healing. Alright. Hi, Lita! No! My baby! You bitch! Lita! Oh shit! Where is our backup? Oh my god. Oh, that's so much fun though. I was beheaded, yeah. That didn't... I almost had her. I almost had her. There was too much going on, for my little monkey brain. I got destructodized. The McLester. Look, I know Mog was an innocent victim, but I'm gonna be so real with you. I understand where Mikola was coming from. I don't think what he did was correct, but I understand where he came from.
Approach Mikola the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
Look, I'm not saying he was right, but I am saying he just wanted to make a world of peace, which is something I understand.
I could not hope for a word.
See, you bitch.
This is our moment. Let's make it something to remember.
Ow! Don't let her up! Don't let up! Alright, okay. That's okay, the Scarlet Rot's fine. I can deal with the rot. Alright. And Buck! Help us jump this man!
I stand, blade aloft, blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master.
We gotta jump this man, and Buck!
It appears that our interests have aligned.
Alright.
Balm upon my soul it is that we
Oh, Dane, hi! Hi, Dane! Oh god! Oh god, Lita's here! I didn't see her ass! Polier! Help! Okay. Alright, we gotta go get Lita. Get her ass! Don't let her get our opponents! Jump her! Alright. Because Radon's a nice guy, he doesn't want to fuck his brother. Well, that you know of. Oh, God. He sent Melina to kill Radon so he could kidnap Radon's soul and force him to be his consort because Radon's... Okay, but I need you to hear this. Hear me out. Hear me out. Him and Radon had a pact. We don't know what Radon's side of the pact is. But we do know that they had a pact, which means Radon did agree to be his consort for this pact to be successful. Damn, Freya died sitting up. That's insane. Sorry, big boy. Hey, Dane. Mikola found loopholes in the contract. We don't know if that's true. Oh, damn, Queen. Oh, damn. Thanks for the armor leads. There was an agreement, though. We get a cutscene after you defeat them in which we hear Mikola's side of the agreement. Where Mikola asks him to uphold his side of the bargain. We see this. No, if you want me to be honest, it sounds like Radon initially agreed, but then changed his mind before Melina came to kill him. And that's where shit got fucked. Oh, hey, bud.
Righteous tarnished. That was an astounding battle, to be sure.
Headcanon. Shut up!
I suppose this leaves only one.
I'm drinking.
But in truth, I cannot calm my quivering. Challenging a god is no small matter. I'm afraid I underestimated the lad.
Hey, he managed.
Appearing frail in both body and mind, I presumed he'd be like to stumble upon the field of battle. What a fool I was. He serves another master, but Sir Tiolier performs magnificently.
I adore Tiolier.
Perhaps he too quivers with anticipation, as do we.
He doesn't bring Radon back from the dead. He uses Moog's body to bring his soul after we kill him. So honestly, we're the bad guys for killing Radon. But at the end of the day, I think Mikola had the right goal. I think he just didn't go about it the right way. Look, I think wanting to make a world full of peace is an admirable goal. However, it is not realistic. And because he is stuck in the body of a child, I think mentally he is also stuck in the mind of a child. And so he thinks that by mind controlling everyone, becoming a god and mind controlling everyone into a world of peace, that everyone will be happier, when in reality you're taking away their free will and they won't be truly happier that way. But I think as he went down this path, I think him and Trina were arguing about it, which is why he gave up his doubts and then gave up his love, Trina, and pushed her off a cliff. It was specifically because of the fact that she was calling him out on the fact that what he was doing wasn't really going to make everybody happy. It was going to be fake happiness. It was going to be fake peace. And he didn't know how to handle that when he had already done so much to make it to this path. I think genuinely by the time he got to the Land of Shadow, he felt that it was too far gone. Like, even if it is a bad idea, I have to see it through because I've already done this much, you know? And so I think that genuinely, I'm not saying it does. Look, I'm not saying he made the right decisions. I'm saying I understand it. I'm saying as somebody who has been through a bunch of really bad shit in my life and has many a time thought, man, I wish there was a way I could make everything better. I wish there was a way I could make everything calm again. I wish there was a way I could make everything peaceful. I understand where he's coming from. However, I do not agree with how he went about it. I think if he had kept searching, there may have been a way for him to heal his sister, for him to heal his brother, and for him to bring himself what he was looking for, this world of peace, that didn't lead to him giving up everything to become a god. And that's kind of what Trina was saying, was that to become a god, you have to give up everything. And that is not a life you want to live. He is following in his mother's footsteps. His mom did it for revenge, and he's doing it to fix the things his mom caused. He's a child. Of course he thinks he's smarter than them. Have you talked to a middle schooler? They think they're smarter than everyone. He is a man trapped in the body and mind of a child who is doing what he thinks is best, despite his inner voice telling him that it's not really what's best. It's just what's easiest. And he is short-sighted. He genuinely thinks that by fucking all these people over, he will find a way to make it all better in the end. That if he becomes a god, everything will be better. His sister will be healed. His brother will be healed. Everybody will be happy. He will be a god and everybody will live in a world of peace. He genuinely believes that with all of his heart. But it is short-sighted because he didn't see past that. He saw the goal, which was become a god, make a world of peace. And yeah, every single plan leading up to that was super well thought out. But he didn't think past that. He didn't think really what that would mean. What giving up every part of his humanity would mean for him. What it would mean for those he fucked over. What it would mean for his sister, for his brother, for his family. He didn't really think past that point. He plotted every single thing out, up to become a god, make world peace, and that's where he stopped. And that's what everybody is upset about, because he fucked everybody over for this goal, only for us, the player, to find out, oh shit, even after this goal is achieved, it's not gonna make anything better. So while I'm not saying what he did is right, while I'm not saying I condone his actions, I do understand to a point what he was trying to achieve, but it's not the right way to go about it. I think if he had just kept looking, he would have been able to find another solution to all of the things that he was struggling with. But I think he went for what was, for him, the simplest option. And I know it doesn't seem simple for us, but compared to continuing a search that he had already done for God knows how many years, I think that he was taking the first pick that seemed like it would answer all of his problems in one fell swoop, if you get what I mean. Instead of looking for different answers on every path. Something that will fix my sister, something else that'll fix my brother, something else that'll fix the world. I think he took the option that will allow him to do one thing, all fell swoop. And I think that's what it is. Yeah, so he is in a child's body, but I will say the way he processes things is also very childish. He has the mind of an adult. He has this scheming kind of like unintentional manipulation that he does. Well, I mean, it's intentional manipulation, but he does it for a specific reason, and he plots things out very well. But by the time, but the way he deals with it as he goes on, I feel like is very childlike. Oh, I'm not saying he doesn't. He absolutely uses people. He's absolutely a manipulator, but for him, he's doing it all out of love. If you look at it from his perspective, he excuses what he does because he loves these people. He excuses what he does because in the end, all of the people that I love will be happy. He is very much a man-child. He is very much self-centered. He is very much narcissistic. He is very much, you know, he's very much a fucking girl boss. He is gaslight girl bossing on a whole new level. But he genuinely believes he's doing it out of love. He genuinely believes that he's doing it to make himself and others happy. But the thing is I think as he carries on, he starts to forget why he started. It stops being, I'm doing this because I love the others, and is becoming, I'm doing this because I need it for myself. He needs a spanking. He needs a grounding. Marika needed to be a better mother. But also, in Marika's defense, she also gave up everything to become a god. She is no longer human. And so all of these children have been raised by a woman who cannot love them the way they deserve, who cannot raise them the way they deserve, because she does not have the human qualities necessary to raise human children. So, when you look at the mother, can you blame the kid? You know what I mean? She was a human. She was a priestess. She was a Newman priestess, which did technically make her human. Newman, human, yeah, you get what I mean, though. They're different, but they're not gods. Newmans live longer, but they're not gods. Newmans are essentially humans with a longer lifespan. but they still have all the human emotions, as far as I'm aware. She is an Empyrean, but she is the first of the Empyreans due to the bond that she made with the outer gods. So I don't think that she started out as a god. I think that she started out as a human, or as a Newman, essentially, like the rest of the shamans in her village, with a direct connection to God, and she used that direct connection to become who she is now, which is now a god. Because if all of the shamans were Empyreans, then they would all technically be gods, and they wouldn't be shoved into jars, I don't think. So I think she did start out her life as just a regular Newman priestess who used the shaman connection to the gods to work her way out of where she is, essentially. But yeah, no, you start with one, and you can understand why the rest of her kids are the way they are.
It was you, wasn't it, who defeated Lord Moog?
It isn't God. It's its own jar.
Fear not.
Isn't Godhead its own jar? It is.
No
Yeah.
Yeah. His Eminence was felled in an honorable duel. And such are the risks of seeking lordship. Besides, what right have I to complain? I blame the enchantment more than anything. Righteous tarnished. We will
I don't think she got her shadow until after she left the Land of Shadows. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Considering it's never mentioned, Malekith is never mentioned in this DLC, I do not think she had her shadow when she lived here. I do not think she got her shadow until after. We're not arguing, we're just kind of chatting about lore and where we think and what we think about the lore. I feel like if Malekith has been here the whole time, it would have been Malekith that tore everything down for her and not Mesmer. Because I do not think she had Malekith. Considering the fact that he is never once mentioned in this DLC at all. Not a single person who lives here, there's not a single mention of him in items. I do not think he existed until she became an Empyrean when she left the Land of Shadow. I truly think that when she left the Land of Shadow and connected with whatever fucking god it was that she connected with, I can't even remember its name now. When she connected with the outer god, that's what made her an Empyrean, and that's when Malekith was born. When do the first two fingers appear? I'm not quite sure. We talked to the finger guy about it, and he mentions the fact that the two fingers do show up after she becomes a god. And that's where she gets all of her stuff from. But that they're not, like... They're not connecting with anything. It's all confusing and started because of a shitty parent. That's very fair. We don't know when the first two fingers appear, but you do get lore on the fingers if you fight the finger goddess. And about the fact that they weren't actually communicating with any gods. Yeah, so the shadows get assigned to them when they are with the outer god or the will. Yes. So I think she did not have Malekith until she connected with the outer gods or the will after she left the Land of Shadows. Oh yeah, Marika is a horrible parent. But she had her first son in the midst of a heavy amount of trauma. And then went along and said, all right, I'm gonna become a god now, and abandoned him, and then just became the worst parent ever. She had so much trauma that she did not cope with appropriately.
I swear.
I think that's the key story, is deal with your trauma before having kids. I think that's the story that you need to hear. America's like my mom, but only if she was a god or a genocidal maniac. I'm so sorry. Oh god, that's the worst. Tore out her son's eye and put some golden juice eyeball. Okay, to be fair though, that was probably for the best. That boy was fucked up. That boy was born with something a little wrong with him. That boy was born fucked up. She should have just let him die. Well, at that point, he was a whole ass kid. By the time she realized, like, what the fuck was going on, he was a whole ass kid, if not young adult. Because that snake didn't just, like, take over immediately. I have to imagine it took a couple of years. And at that point, you know, she's not a god yet. She still has feelings. She still loves that man. You know? I mean, yeah, he was born with it, but they didn't notice it until it started to manifest, as far as I can tell from the text that we get. I need a Prime Marika boss fight. I also want a Prime Marika boss fight. Oh, I'm sure she could have. But as we can see with this family, they really like just finding the fastest way to do things. Whatever seems to solve the problem as quick as possible. Alright, cutscene time.
My loyal blade and champion of the festival.
He is not. I beat his ass. I'm champion
Your
of the
deeds
festival.
will ever be praised in song.
Could have been a tooth or a hair clip or a cock ring. If that man reached into his pants and pulled off a cock ring mid-fight, I would have lost my shit.
So that he may be my consort.
I am now. I killed that man at his own festival. Long time no see, bud. Actually, not really. I did DLCs. I did New Game Plus, so I had to come back and get your ass. Oh, brother. You know, you could have just picked up those swords. You didn't have to fucking gravitate them. Alright, this man's about to spin at me at full speed, and I don't think I'm mentally prepared for that. You killing him makes him the champion? That's bullshit! If that's the case, then I'm the champion of every game I lost, because I'm meant to lose. See? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I got this guy. Actually, I got this guy. Okay, good. Shit's absolutely rocked. I am gonna be so real with you. I thought when I walked up at him that he wasn't gonna jump me. That did not seem to be the case. That's fine, though. It's good to know I can tank that first hit even after I summon the Mimic. So... oh, but I can't take that second hit. Alright, so don't summon the Mimic right off the bat. Got it. My Mimic's doing some pretty decent fucking damage, though. Considering what level I am. I'm not worried about my runes. I made sure to use all of them before I went in, so... oh, well. I mean, if you're gonna just put him out here, I might as fucking well. Run to the right. He usually doesn't jump you if you do. Oh, good to fucking know. Bullshit! Still jumps you. Oh, fuck me. Don't. Why? Why are you jumping me and not the Mimic? Yeah, so the way this thing works is that I can use one blade, I can do a heart attack. I only have one button that lets me use both blades, and it's kind of slow as hell. And then, you know, the jump blades. He's racist? He absolutely is racist. It's because I'm black. Oh, wait, I forgot I could do this. I completely forgot I could do this. Oh, shit. You make a good point, actually. Hold on. I don't need this. Oh, I need Holy Negation, actually. Not for him, but for once I get to the second phase, I think. Alright.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
That's gonna make him so much harder, I know.
Not belong to you. Lord Mo will have his day.
But I feel like I've already done so much for the DLC bosses. For the NPCs, I can't just leave them behind. fuck me. Oh, fuck me. I'm not worried about it. I play this game for the fun of it. Not to be try-hardy. I know he makes it harder, but it's kind of funner. It's kind of more fun that way for me. Come on. Come on, big boy. Hi, big boy.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Alright. It looks cool and that's all that matters. I agree. I'm with Gore on that one. Stop! Stop it! Radagon, that's bullshit. Oh god. I can't get out mid-attack. Oh, fuck me. Stop! Please, God! Scorpion spammer? Hell yeah, I am. Hell fucking yeah, I am. Alright, let's see the second phase. Okay, I need y'all to know I'm planning on dying here intentionally. I really want that emote that you get from dying to, Mikola. So I would just like to make that clear and upfront that I am planning on dying here.
Lord brother.
Oh, the get over here! Hell yeah, he is. Hi, Mikola. Beautiful man.
Tarnished one.
Yes, sir.
Aspiring lord of the old order.
Not really. I don't really care to be Elden Lord. I'm just here for the
You
fun.
have known sin. If you grieve for this
I'm just
world,
trying to become the fucking head of Chili's.
then yield the path forward to us.
I do grieve for this world. This world fucking sucks. However, I'm just trying to fight the Chili's CEO for a sponsorship.
Nicola,
Can you get me a sponsorship with the
and my
Chili's CEO?
promised consort.
Gotta get grabbed twice? Ah, we'll see. Alright. Oh! Hey, dipshit. Oh. Oh, fuck! She got grabbed instead of me! Shit! Let her go! Let her ass go! Oh my fucking Christ! Oh, Jesus. Mother God almighty. What the fuck? Oh wait, that was my grab! Shit! I was supposed to get grabbed by that! Fuck! Shit! I forgot I was supposed to get grabbed by that! Shit! Bimboy acquired. Alright. I guess I'll give up on the emote. I do want it though. I don't really want to give up on it. I know! I rolled the grab! I panicked! I didn't know what it was! Hey, big boy. Don't. Don't do that shit. It's fucking stupid. Woo! Oh my fucking god, dude. What? I was dodging, I was pushing the dodge button, and nothing fucking worked. Alright. Yeah, I love the Lord of Frenzy Flame. It was a lot of fun. Alright. We're gonna backtrack. Oh, see? Get the fuck out of that. Oh, wasn't out enough. Alright, there's my mimic's about to go. Oh my god! Freak of fucking nature, this guy. No! The laser beams are like never ending. Oh, that's blood. Ow! Shit! Hi. Sorry, I didn't mean to dodge out of your roll. Oh, this fucking sucks. Oh. Don't! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god! He's a blonde. He has to be a little bit stupid. Yeah, we're ignoring the grab. I've decided against it. Equip his rune. I don't even remember how to do that. How do you even fucking do that? I don't even remember. Great Rune of the Unborn. Is it that one? I don't remember. You have to do it at the Grace? Oh. Do you do it at the Grace? Man, I love my 0. I never got the physics stuff either. You have to use it like how you heal? Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, that's cool. I forgot I had some of this shit. Don't mind me, I'm just looking around at all the things I have. Oh yeah, I can't get rid of torrent. You make a good point. Well, these are the blessings of a great rune. Don't you have to have the rune? How do you equip the rune itself? Because I don't have a rune itself equipped. That's what I'm trying to remember. Where the Mimic Veil is? Oh, that's the resistor one. I was talking about like a great rune is what I was talking about. So that was what I was talking about. I feel like we were all on the wrong page. You need to hit up a tower. Will I? Oh, right. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have any, huh? I forgot that I haven't. Well, damn. Well, shit. You know what? I'm just gonna run at him. Sir. Okay. I was testing myself. His run is goofy, yet yeah, he kind of just like heavy stomps at you. It's really funny, but also, sir? Alright, what we're gonna do, actually, is we're gonna do this first. So that way, at least the first hit he gets on me doesn't hurt that bad.
A pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have his dignity.
Oh, come on, big boy. Yeah, his walk is a little derpy. Sorry, I was just letting my mimic get there first. I don't know why. I just... Like, what a goofy-ass little run this guy's got. Ow. Don't. fucking hate that move. Pisses me off to no end. Stop! Okay. That was on me. I missed. I need to get good. Okay. Mikla's greatest crime was not giving Radon back Leonard. So fucking true, actually. He has bad knees. Yeah, I'd fucking believe it. Oh, drink, 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 drink. Stop rolling. Drink, drink. Oh. Roll, 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 roll! Ow. We are out of flasks. This is so not ideal. Hey, Mikla. Shit! Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Shit! What did I say? Getting good? Yeah, no, I'm not. Look, getting good's not really in my dictionary. I try, but you can run away from the nuke attack. You mean just like book it and pray to God that he doesn't hit you? You know what? Fuck it, we'll attempt it. I think it'd be funny. Alright. Man, I pissed this guy off. Ow! You do it twice? Bullshit. I imagine you can't. Like, I've bled this guy. Ugh. Hey, your hit range is fucking bullshit, sir. Don't. Ow, ow. Bro's got the shittiest hit range known to man. Hi. Really? I'm the problem that you have all of a sudden? What have I done to deserve this? No. Yeah, there you go. There we go. Believe it or not, he is weak to bleed. I know. I know this about him. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Oh god, I did not want to be that close. Come get me, bitch. Hey, could you put him down? Oh, back it up, 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 back it up. Heal. Heal. Oh, blood. Blood. Bleed damage? Oh, great, 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 great. Alright. Please, why would you do that right where I am? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! What the fuck is that?! Marilla manipulates you mid-fight. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. He can manipulate me mid-fight as much as he wants. What the fuck was the rest of that? My thumbs hurt. I'm also like real low. I'm at like, what, 11, 12 on the Erdtree fragments? Yeah, I probably do need more Skadu blessings, but I'm just gonna keep running at this guy because it's really funny. Oh, hey. You're gonna do that twice, you dickhead.
Lord Mauve will have his dignity.
I beat him at 11? Oh, okay, cool. Time your rolls? Absolutely not. Can you parry him? You can, yes. That's how most people beat him, is by just parrying the shit out of him. Let's try this just me. See, this is what happens when I try and time my rolls. It doesn't work out super great. I also need a lot of fucking distractions. Oh, hi. Hey. Don't. Okay, I rolled and the game glitched. Max is out lightning bottle. Yeah, that's true. That is part of why I have so much stamina, is because I don't like to time shit. Ah, it's fine. Look, I never said I was good at this fucking game. Anybody who shows up to my streams expecting good Elden Ring play is dumb as rocks. Because I don't know it. Good at Elden Ring? I don't know her. Come get me, bitch. Oh, okay, that hurt. No, not me. Leave me out of it. Oh god. Break this boss in 45 seconds? Yeah. Look. I never said I was good at Elden Ring, and anybody who said I did say I was good at Elden Ring is a fucking liar. I would never lie to y'all like that. Oh my god, this is so overwhelming for me. My fucking ADHD brain hates this! I want to look at the pretty colors! Hi Dingo, how are you? Alright, Gore has a good idea. Let's try out the electric. Cause I think it'll be really funny. Hold on, let's go see. I think it'll be really fucking funny. Hold up. I always wanted to play with the potion bottles, but a part of me was a little afraid that I wouldn't be good with it.
Well, I took you for no
I think I need specific things to make them good though. Oh right, hold on. Both the electric and frenzy perfumes. You have to use the Ash of War rolling sparks on it. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I really did want to be a perfume bottle player when I saw them in the trailer, but I was a little worried. Oh, it's based off strength and deck. Ooh, that's not ideal. I was a bit worried that I wouldn't be good at them. Okay. So I did not touch them. Yeah, sure. I used the frenzy on my testing account, but rolling sparks is necessary. The base game is in ruin.
Back already, no matter.
There's a talisman that increases damage to perfume. Oh, I'll have to find that then. Thank God, I've got a million of these. Oh, I need another 8. Shit! Alright, hold on. Respec just for this fight. I mean, I do have a larval tier. I absolutely could. I mean, I might anyways. Just because I do want to be able to use the swords. Oh, you can buy all of his stuff from him now. Very nice. What do I need? 8? There are like 20 extra larval tiers in the DLC. I found one of them. I think 8 was what I needed.
Back over, no matter.
Yeah. Alright. Yippee! Okay. And then if we're gonna respec, let's go. La 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 la. Hey, girlfriend. Oh, I'm absolutely cool with it.
Art thou not? Now, bear this sweet.
Okay, got it. Okay, so what do I need for these? Faith? Yeah, hi Mage Mom and Hal of Shabriri. I think I have Hal of Shabriri. I'm not 100% sure about the other ones. Hold on. perfume bottle, Elden Ring. Filled. Alright, primary weapon. Oh, I don't have the Rakasha armor set yet, so I can actually go do that. Okay. Yeah, perfume bottle is faith. Strength, dex, and faith. Okay. Max out health, max out faith, dex, or strength. Okay. Well, we're definitely gonna max out vigor. Oop. And then I need my strength for sure. Because if I want to be able to go back and use my weapons that I already have. But faith needs to be up higher for sure. So let's get... Oh, yeah, I'm sure it does have 99 in faith and dex. I don't have enough for that, but... And then we'll just 45, which is where we're at currently. Actually, we can go up higher. Let's get up to 60 on that too. And then we'll just put the rest in strength. Ooh, wait, we need endurance. I kinda hate this. I kinda feel like this is bad. I kinda hate having shit endurance. Yeah, the lack of endurance I'm gonna struggle with. Let's bring these... This is already 60, so we'll leave it at 60. Let's bring these down by 5, I think. And that way we can go up on this by 10. Just take my minimum for strength, but I need that for my other thing. Fuck it. I guess we'll make this work for now. Just respec again after the boss fight? That's so fair. Hold on. Somebody take a photo of this. Actually, I'll write it down. I got What do you need strength for? Whenever I want to fucking use what I currently use again, because I really like this build that I have. I'll just write it down. Hold on. Fuck. Or Radon swords too, that's true. Just respec later. Yeah. Let me write down what I'm at currently, so I... 60, 11, 60, 46, 45, 16, 16, 8. Alright. So I can go back to it later. I think this should be fine for now. Oh my god, I can actually still roll. That's crazy. Alright. And now I gotta go get Raksha's stuff. I don't have any of her stuff, actually. So where the fuck is that? Hold on, let me see. She is... Oh, there's a mausoleum here? Hold on. I didn't even know there was a mausoleum here. How did I miss that? You have to use the ladder in the Shadow Keep. Okay. Yeah, Dark Knight Catacombs. Here. Maybe? I don't even remember. Good night, Mental. Okay. Weird. Okay, I'm trying to remember where this is. This takes me out here. Fuck. I'm trying to remember where I am. Good crowd control. Yeah, thanks. I don't know why I went down so far. I wanted Torrent. Alright, yeah, so I jumped down here. For the catacombs, though, was it? I don't even fucking remember anymore, man. I feel like I did this yesterday, I think, and I don't even remember. Oh, it's... This is where you have to go? Oh, God. Hi, Gemma. You're pretty cool. Oh, thank you. You got upset at the cannon statues? Yeah, I remember that. This is fucking ass. Hold on, give me 1 second. Eastern Nameless Mausoleum.
Duck 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 duck.
Ducky, that's so many ducks. What the fuck? Hi, thank you so much for the 38 months. What the fuck? Oh my god. You want to start from the castle watering hole, from which you can use the coffin. Oh, yeah. Yeah, use the coffin. Go south, follow the river until you can turn east. Yeah. I'm banning Dougie. Oh, so I have this Grace, and then the Bonnie Village. Gore, I'm banning you for existing. 2 mods with swords. What are they gonna do? Alright, I gotta go this way. I gotta go down first. Then go east. No, I don't. You two, no fighting in the chat. I'm gonna need y'all to behave for just a minute. God, maybe I should have waited to respec until after I came and did all this. Maybe that would have been the play. 2 mods going against each other. What will happen? They'll just get on each other's nerves, and then I'll be dragged into the middle of it. There it is. Okay. Oh, wait. No, it's down there. What in the fuck is this, then? My sword is way bigger than his, y'all. Fucking birds. Fucking birds. Fucking birds. Stop. Holy fucking shit. Stupid as fucking hell. Whatever, old ladies. I don't believe that's a jump I can make. There's some cliffs on the side of the mountain below the birds. Great. Fuck off. Peach Core is name calling. You said you had a bigger dick than him. I don't know what you expected from this, Ducky. Well, that's a dead bird, I guess. Oh god. Well, this was not at all what I had intended to do here. But it's where we are. We're fine. If I can get up, we're fine. I don't feel like I should have survived that, but I did. I know I'm going the wrong way. I want. I want what's around here. Hi, Drakina! How are you? Oh, there's more dry leaf stuff down here. Oh, that's pretty neat. Damn! I love when the backs of my caves ain't got nothing in them. Thank you so much for the... Asking to join the game is against the rules. Actually, Ducky, you're always allowed to ask to join my game because I want to see you play Elden Ring. I just want to see what that looks like. There's not enough colors? The fuck does that mean? Oh yeah, they're the hippos. Yeah, I remember them. Those guys fucking suck. Why is there a plane landing on your mic? What? What the fuck? What do you mean? What happened? I'm a Nintendo girly. I need my game to be in cartoon and or anime form. This is cartoon? What do you mean? Oh, there was static. Yeah, I don't know why my mic does that. We've been trying to figure it out, but so far we have not had the best of luck, unfortunately. I don't know how I'm gonna beat this bitch using a weapon I'm not even used to, but, you know, it's fine, I guess. Do you not kill the hippos? No. They get on my nerves. Skill ahead. I am very much not used to this weapon, but it's fine, I guess. Do they give fragments? I had no idea. I had no clue. You don't need to be up close. That's fair. I'm gonna put back on my OG weapon, I think. Oh, I can also use the Dragon Hunter's katana. That's funny. Oh, wait, I can't because I don't have enough strength. I'm gonna fucking kill you guys. I'm gonna fucking kill you guys, making me do this. I regret this already. Have you got Mesmer's spear? Yeah. What the fuck? Bitch, stop jabbing! I've got it. I've never leveled it up, though. Yeah, I've got Mesmer's spear, but I've never leveled it up. I cannot! That was my only larval tier, and now I'm fucked! Oh boy. No, I don't have more from my first playthrough. I don't think so, at least. I don't even think I can use Mesmer's Spear. I can fucking blow some bubbles at him. Oh my fucking god. How does this thing even work? Holy fuck! Sorry, I just... The fact that I can huck this thing is really funny to me. Alright. Oh my god. What? Up. Up. Ow. Oh my god. It does fucking no damage though, because I've got... I should just probably level it up. I'll probably use it anyways. I think it's cool. Stop. Ha! Huh. Hold on. Give him the hook. I actually really like this weapon. I might go level it up real quick. This weapon's actually kind of sick. Yeah, everything feels weird now. Everything feels fucking bizarre. Spit on that thing. I'm gonna level it up because I think it's cool. And fucking why not? You know? I fucking hate that thing, so I'm eating it.
Well, I took you for no man to lay out your arm.
Yeah, my strength is now shit. So, you know. It's fine though. Whee! That's too far down. Here we go. It scales higher with Dex and Faith than it does. That's fair. Gore, what would be the point in doing that though? Because then I just have to go back and change it whenever I want to use the perfume bottles again. You know what I mean? It's nighttime. nighttime means it's time for the birds to come and fuck my asshole. It's so much fun. I love it so much. Yippee. You had intelligence? Not much, no. I started slowly leveling up everything. Just because I was reaching peak of what I wanted for Bloodhound Fang itself. So I had started slowly working on leveling everything else up too, but I didn't really have much. Thank you for the hydrate. I will do that after I do this. Bark! Hit him with the hook twa! Oh god, move! Ow, I rolled straight into that. Hook, twa! Hook, twa! Hook, twa! That's fine, actually. Hook, twa! Hook, twa! Hook, twa! Hook, twa! Hook, twa! Hook, twa! Oh shit, almost got her. Yeah, the spear kind of kicks ass. Oh fuck, I wasn't two-handing it, you're so right. Oh god, that's fun though. Thank you for the lurk, Drakina. I actually am having a lot of fun with the spear. The spear is kind of fun. Alright, there we go. I love Mesmer though, so of course his shit's gonna be fun as hell. Alright. Hook, twa! Hook, twa! What the fuck? I hate whenever you try and roll through someone and it's like, no, today we're gonna follow the rules. What the hell? I think I have. Why am I crouched? Ow. Why am I'm not trying to roll that way. I'm trying to roll back up. I love when I'm trying to roll off a person and my game's like, no, you're not. You're trying to roll directly into them, right? Oh, that's the wrong button. I used the wrong fucking button. I may have the Crimson Seed Talisman. I gotta get used to this fucking weapon. While it is fun, I gotta get used to it. Yeah, I did. Sometimes you just have to jump at them menacingly, you know? You got a jab, you outrange them by a lot. Yeah. I just added it. I just put it on. Ow! Okay, I gotta get used to the distance. I'm very used to Bloodhound Fang. I beat the whole base game with Bloodhound Fang. I have never changed weapons before. So I gotta desperately get used to it. I literally have not played this game with anything but the Bloodhound Fang since I started. I was very much Bloodhound Fang only. So I gotta adjust. I see. What? Up. Ow, what the fuck? Ow. Are you done? Ow. Ma'am, are you finished? I fucking dodged, but that's fine, I guess. I guess, no, I fucking didn't. Don't you love when you dodge and the game says, no you didn't? I don't know how many times she can do that. I'm learning. There we go. I got it. It's fucking apparently that armor needs to be what I'm wearing. I mean, the armor is kind of sick. Can't even deny it. It is kind of sick. It is a little sick. Can't even deny. Alright, and then what else do they recommend? Scorpion Charm. Oh, good God. Oh my God, do I have these? I think I have some of them. Okay. Scorpion Charm I know I have. I think. Yeah. Oh, I don't have the lightning Scorpion Charm. I have two sacreds, but not a lightning? What the fuck? Jesus, I don't have any of the things that I need for this. God damn! Alright. Alright, I guess we're gonna start with these. Gotta go to the Wyndham Catacombs. This is fucking... I just wanted to finish the game today. But here I am. Instead, doing whatever the fuck this is. Oh shit, that's in base game. Oh my God. Oh, fuck me. I gotta remember how to even get over there. Oh, this is the fucking worst, man. Hi, Kay. Hi. Fucking, I'm gonna lose my mind. I may have sent you something. Oh, hold on. Just hit him with the cool spear, Gore! Ooh, that is really cool. Is this just for practice? Or did somebody commission this? I need to know. Yes and no. It may be me and... it is me, I know that, but who's the other person? It looks like fucking Sephiroth. I don't think it's Sephiroth, but it looks like Sephiroth. Good God. I gotta take the path down here. I'm making Grim. Oh, okay. Okay, when I first saw it, I went, is this Grim? And then I went, no, I don't think so. Maybe? And then I went, Sephiroth? I'm excited to see it though. I haven't even like gotten Grim like drawn out in a human form yet, so I'm very interested to see how you envision him. Send me some stuffs later. I have a sheet if you would like it. I have a thing. that I made just kind of for fun. I'll have to send it to you though. I try you for fun always. That's so true. But then I owe you money, which is fine. Hey gang. Please don't. Yes. Can you get off my ass? Jesus! Just for that. Oh, fuck me. Fuck you, dude. This isn't even where I need to be. Whatever. But doesn't this fucking suck? Oh, right. Fire, explosions, bombs. Yeah, forgot about that. Yeah, I remember this fucked up place. This isn't even where I need to be. This is the worst, man. I need to be careful. This is not where I want to be. How did I miss something that was in base game? Yeah, I don't have it. I don't have any of the talismans, so... Well, good news, if I learn to aim real good, I might be able to deal with this relatively quickly. Why is it aim so high? Jesus. That's not even where I wanted that to go. Oh well. This is fucking pits, man. Oh. Shouldn't have moved that around. Ow. Can y'all all fuck off for 2 seconds? Jesus. Hey, at least I'm getting more stones. Hi, doggies. Oh boy. Oh. Hold on. Dog wants out. Hold on. We're gonna stand right here for a second so I can let my dog out. Ah, boy, oh boy, oh boy. I can't believe I let y'all talk me into doing this instead of just bum rushing it the way I always have. I can't believe. Oh god. What's in here? Oh. Whoa. Oh. Anyways, this isn't even where I wanted to be. I don't remember how to get up here. I genuinely don't even remember how to get there. Not too late, just respec back. I don't think I have any more larval tears. I can't just respec back. What the fuck? I mean, I might. I'll check. You pick them up on your first playthrough and never respec. Yeah, I guess that's true. I might. Ugh. Why the fuck? No, don't do me like this. Jesus. Alright, you take the bridge across. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself about. That's what it's all about. Oh yeah, this is the area that I struggled to get up to the first time. Mount Gelmir. Yeah. Hopefully I remember how to do this. Let's see if I remember how to do this. I think I do. You just gotta hug the wall and there's a path in here. Oh, fuck me. Oh my fucking god. Please be so fucking for real. I forgot how much I fucking hate these things. Can I climb, please? Whatever. Whatever. Whatever! Fuck you two. Oh my fucking god. Fuck those guys. Go straight to hell, where you deserve to be. Ugh. Oh my goodness. How do you do this? Do you go up and around? I don't even fucking remember, man. It's been so long since I've played this game. Well, at least since I played this part of the game. And I think at this point I knew I was getting close to the end of the game, so I kind of like rushed it. Any lore deep dives and stuff that you like? I honestly have just been very much enjoying learning a lot of the lore for the DLC. Like, that has been so much fun for me. I've been having a blast with that personally. I know a lot of people are kind of like mixed feelings about the DLC lore. But I'm not really. Like, I think it's really, really good. And to me, it makes perfect sense. But yeah, as Gore says, I am a lore girly at heart. I don't want to go that way. I want to go back that way. I am indeedy-do a lore girly at heart. Yeah, it was really cool to see Godwin in the catacombs, but I do wish we got more on that because, and I will admit, Mikola not mentioning Godwin or Melania is definitely strange for him, but it's the him that we've known up till this point, not the new him that is a god. If that makes sense. So, while I definitely think this isn't the right way either. While I do definitely think that it is strange that we, or kind of a bummer more like, that we didn't get enough, that we didn't get more stuff on Godwin or Millennia, I think it's very much just a side effect of the godhood. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Alright. I don't think I ever came down here, base game. Hold on. What the fuck's down here? I'm just letting myself get sidetracked. I've recently been diving down the Song of Ice and Fire lore. The books, not the show. The books are fantastic. I read... Oh, Jesus. I read the beginning. I read, like, the first 2 or 3 books when I was in high school. Oh. Hey, gang. Yeah. Y'all have a fucking good ass time with that. And I really enjoyed them. To the point that I'm watching House of the Dragon as it airs now. Don't shoot me. Ow. And I am having a good time with it. Only because in the books, the books are written by another person altogether. And so I'm having a really good time with getting like the quote-unquote true story of what happened through the show. 'Cause that's what the show is meant to be. Oh. The show is meant to be like the quote-unquote true story of what happened versus the book, which is all just based off of rumor and speculation. So I'm having a great time. Oh, there's nothing I need in here. I just never did it when I played base game, and I'm curious. Oh god. Hi, sir. Ow. Why didn't you lock on? They got 2 war propaganda adverts. So true. Hi. Hi. Oh. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. You're a little sword man, aren't you? He's just a little sword guy. Stab! Yeah, stab! Yeah, stab! Yeah, stab! Stab? Oh. Oh, you're down here. I didn't even see you. Stop. Stab! I'm gonna kick a man when he's down. I'm gonna run up his ass. Look, you gotta get good. And God gave me this stabby spear, and I'm gonna use it the way God intended to commit various war crimes. Like ye old stabby stab. But yeah, no, I personally have a great time with I'm real into. Oh shit! Sorry, I thought that was the thing behind me. I'm real into Game of Thrones. I'm real into Lord of the Rings. I'm real into Elden Ring. Stab! Anybody else have a butt I can stab in here? You do! How the fuck did your weapon hit me, but my weapon didn't hit you? That's some fucking stupid banana shit. That's some stupid banana shit nonsense. Did you not get the flicky finger? I may have. Maybe? I have no idea. I shit you not when I say I intended to play the whole game, DLC and all, with fucking, with Bloodhound Fang, so I really didn't do much outside of Bloodhound Fang. I don't like the way it kind of just like jerks to a stop. It freaks me out a little bit. Hi. Can you go out there with them, please? You stay out there with them. I love fantasy lore, especially like dark fantasy. Alright. Get in! Oh, hi! I did not know you were here. What are you? What are you? Oh, you turn corners. I see. Didn't expect that for some reason. Not really sure why. I don't feel like there's anything of use down there to me, so I'm just gonna come back up. God damn, that thing is fast. No, I never did experience any of this. Fucking Jesus. Oh, it was down where I was supposed to go. Oh, yep, because up is bad. Yeah, we're just kind of here for fun. I never did these, yeah. Ow. No, I never did the hero graves. Oh. Fucking shit, dude. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't expecting it to stop there.
Don't fuck with me!
Hey, the power got in!
Wait,
Oh! Hi! Hello, Eris! How are you? How was your stream? Bye, Nick. Thanks for coming. Oh my gosh. Y'all are playing Cube Escape. What is Cube Escape? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Help us? You've got to help us. Help you from what? Is your streamer holding you captive? But bye, Nick! We were doing a puzzle game. I got very confused. Oh, that sounds like me right now, actually. Ooh! Fuck me. Get in the crevasse. Hey, Roni, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. This fucking thing. What am I even supposed to do here? Besides just, like, let it kill me and move on with my life. Oh, I'm supposed to go down. I'm supposed to go down? Not that far down. Is it 3 LK-holic? Either way, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I'm not staying here. I just wanted to see what it was. It's fine. I'm here to get a fucking thing so I can defeat the final boss. I'm just trying to get the one thing I need. Alcoholic. Alcohol. Oh, that's smart. That's smart. I like that. That's smart. I dig that. Well, welcome to the Dog Pound. Thank you for the follow. Oh, 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 oh. Woo! This isn't where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to get back here, and I don't remember how to do that. But somehow I found that and not this, so we're definitely mixing things up a little bit somehow. You spin my head right around, right around. Erd tree gazing, Site of Grace? I don't have that, I don't think. So I started New Game Plus and pretty much... Ah, there it is. I started New Game Plus and I kind of just bum rushed it. Yeah, so we're playing the DLC. We're back in base game simply because of the fact that, I have to go get some stuff to beat the final boss of the DLC because trying to do it with my old build was not working out for me super great. Up this hill? We are on New Game Plus 1. That is correct. Oh, that hill. But we're kind of just bum rushing it through base game to get some talismans that I need to try out a new build on the final boss. Is essentially what we're doing. I'm gonna touch this guy's scraggly little fucked up hand. Okay, or I'm not. I cannot. Oh, right. I forgot this guy was here. Oh, Jesus. Bro, I already killed you, base game. Leave me alone. I don't want to do it again. Believe it or not interested in killing you a second time. I will say, horseback riding with a spear, kinda sick. Can you fucking go to hell? Jesus. Do I still have to go up, or can I go this way? I can go this way. Oh, yeah, I've got to go up. Okay. I don't even know why I asked. There it is. I think. Yeah. Cool. There it is. We found it! Hooray! Alright, let's get what we need. If this is where I think it is, I think I know exactly why I didn't get the item last time I was here. Yep, sure is. Yep, I know exactly why I didn't get the item last time I was here. Ow. Forgot about that. Ooh, boy. It's because all of this pissed me off. Come on, gang. Sorry, I'm used to having so much more stamina. This is gonna be a little rough for me. And also a much faster base weapon. Throw the spear. Oh yeah. Forgot that was an option. See, this is what happens when you play all of Elden Ring with one weapon. You kind of just forget. Oh, gross. fucking gross. Up. And up. 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 All right. Woo! I forgot charge throw was a thing. That's so nice. I didn't know that charge throw was a thing. Bro, what? What? This weapon fucks! This weapon fucks, man. This weapon fucks. Ow, ow, ow. I miss my armor that, doesn't hurt me. I miss my armor that doesn't require me to get hurt. There we go. I feel like there should be more over here, but maybe not. Long-range throwable projectile that charges spammable ash, additional fire damage, and faith scaling. This weapon has it all! It really does feel that way, yeah. Trap ahead. Ow. Sure is. Oh. Hey, dude. I've got all these fucking stones, sword keys that I never use for anything. Alright, there's my lightning scorpion charm that I needed. Fucking banger. Oh man, I'm gonna have to finish the rest of this tomorrow, I think. You fucker. Ow, what the fuck? Can I get past, please? How are you not dead, you little freak? just grab the two-hand talisman if you haven't already got it? I don't think I do. Yeah, all right. Whatever, man. What the fuck? Yeah, that ash is amazing, actually. But yeah, no, I remember this. Like a giant crab down there or some shit. I didn't get the ash because I didn't want to use the key, if I recall properly. I think at the time I just didn't have a lot, or I didn't know how many I had, so I was afraid to use them all. But I think it was the crabs. I think it was the crabs that pissed me off so badly. Where the fuck? The door up? I think it was up. Yeah, I think it was the crabs, if I recall correctly. Oh! It was this thing. Right. Fucking hate this thing. How could I fucking forget? Ow. Alright. Well, we got the item we needed. Alright. What's the next item on my list, gang? Let's see. Let's sit real quick while we figure this out. Yeah, I got it. Alright. The next item on my list is the Perfumer's Talisman from the Perfumer's Ruins. I feel like I got that, but maybe I didn't? I guess I didn't, but luckily for me, it's over here. Oh, boy. Alright, and then I need the Shard of Alexander. Which means I have to do a whole fucking quest line. Oh my god. I have to go to Farum Azula. We just won't be doing that. I refuse. And I have to defeat a particularly... Oh, that's for madness. I don't need to do that. We're not doing that one either. Okay, cool. We'll just grab this one then, and it should be fine. Alright, lightning shrouded cracked here. Where do I get this? Dropped by the Erd Tree avatar. I think I have that actually. I'll double check. Okie doke. Can you just go kill him? You can just kill him and get it? Oh, I do have a lightning thing. I forgot I had a lightning thing. Well, the more you know. Do I know where Alexander is now? Well, I already talked to him and then did Radahn's thing, so I don't think he's gonna be anywhere. Blythe is there. Gowry is there. Crone. Yeah, so I think he's probably gonna be in the end. Already. 10%, Alexander's is 15. Oh, okay. It's Kale. Yeah, I think that's Renala. I think after you do Radahn, I think he just kinda appears. He'll be at Mount Gelmir. Really? But is he? In the volcano? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Fuck! I gotta wait for this to come back down again. Shit. Go to the grave you were just at? This one? Hold on. I have to get out of here first. And then walk down the river all the way around. Oh, Jesus Christ. I have to go to bed. Okay. So go back to the catacombs. Wyndham Catacombs? And then walk all the way around the river? Oh my god. It's not my fault somebody didn't do Alexander's questline at least once. I didn't know it existed! Look! When I played Elden Ring, that was me playing Elden Ring for the first time. I had never played Elden Ring before. I played through the whole game. I did the best that I could do with what I knew. I tried not to look stuff up so I could be genuinely surprised by things. And then I beat the game and I said, alright, we'll come back to it for the DLC. And then we did. And then I came back and I bum rushed where I needed to be for the DLC. And that's it. No, I didn't look up Jarman Quest. Is that a normal thing to do? Also, in my defense, nobody in chat told me to look up Jarman Quest. I didn't look up any quest line. Wait, that's not true. I did look up the Ronnie's stuff. But that's it. Hi. Can y'all fucking not? Fucking hate these dudes. I just knew what ending I wanted. I wanted the Ronnie ending because that's the ending Gore did, and Gore was like, oh, it's the best ending. Wait, I shouldn't go in there, is what you're telling me? Alright. Gore did the Ronnie ending, and he was like, it's the best ending. That's the one you should do, so I did it. And that was the extent of the conversation that was had. He never did the Frenzy Flame ending, I don't think. I think he only did Ronnie's ending. I also did want Blythe interaction. I love Blythe. Blythe sits well with my soul. Yeah, I know. I'm saving him from his shit-ass sister. That's how I see it. I didn't kill him twice. I killed him once. I haven't played through story on this one, as you can see. Excuse me, gang. Man, y'all fucking suck. His invasion and his body? The invasion wasn't him. Magma worm. Oh god. Hey, bitch, can I escape you? For like a French second? Can I get off? I can't get off my horse. You know, this weapon is not ideal for what I'm trying to do here. Get him to the fucking eye! Anyways. Ow, ow, can I get out of the magma? What the fuck just happened to me? That's why when you summon people, they're fully healed like Egon. Oh, is that how that works? I just assumed Egon's whole thing was just rage. Like, bro was just so fucking mad. You know what I mean? Like, I just assumed. Try the butt of rot halberd. I don't think I have it. And if also, again, that's another thing that's not fully leveled up. Yeah, Gore, I know fire's not gonna help here. I'm aware. I'm just gonna keep jabbing him in the asshole. You know. Oh yeah, I do have the dragon katana. This counts as a dragon? Fascinating. I guess it is a worm. I'm just gonna keep poking it in the butt. It's really funny. Oh, you've got to be so effing for real right now. Worms can't fly, but they're still technically dragons. They're just dragons that don't have the ability of flight. I'm just gonna keep poking you in the butt. Because I can, and it's funny. Cool. Alright, where the fuck is this big ass bitch supposed to be? I did what she's doing, but with madness perfumes. That's so valid, actually. Up the lava fall? Oh. Cool. How do you go up? I guess I'll figure it out. Yeah, in it? Oh. I'm not walking in. I don't trust y'all. I'm gonna sit at the grace for a second. I don't trust y'all. I don't know why, but something about walking into the lava just feels wrong to me. Torrent can go through lava. What? Torrent can go through lava? I'm gonna be so mad if that's not the case. He can go through lava, but at fucking what cost, gang? What the hell? Oh, shit. Okay, so Alexander has moved, or he's still stuck in Liurnia. He could be in Liurnia, because I've not been there! Or he's still at the Radon Festival? He could be at the Radon Festival. I don't know. Let's go look. Oh, there he is.
It was I. One hit was after that, and as such. Playing out. Great. I see it now.
Oh, God.
All lose their wits eventually. Then there's nothing to say except I am Iron Fist Alexander, the great.
Alright.
Is my whole existence just a crock?
Pretty much. Sorry! The idea that Blythe just watched me do that and it's just like, damn. What the fuck? Blythe watched me do that shit and went, for real? Sorry, bud. Anyways, I've gotta go. There's somewhere I've gotta be up here. Actually, I have to go to these ruins, real quick. Just watch you murk a pot and then leave. Pretty much. Okay, so what's the fastest way to these ruins? I guess back the way I came from here and then go down. Blythe was like, spoils of war, I guess. Sorry, I love the idea of me being like, sorry, Blythe, I don't have the time to explain. Radon's reborn. And he's like, what? Radon's reborn. Like, with the same tone as, there's aliens on the moon. You know, like... I would never murk Blythe. Not unless I absolutely had to. Oh, right, there's a dragon here. I never killed any of the dragons either. Lanasax, babe! Chill out, hun. I'm not trying to do nothing to you. I'm not trying to do nothing to any of you. Hi, Nick. Welcome back. Even if it gives you a permanent 20% damage boost, still wouldn't have done it. What's up, everyone? You absolutely majestic, sexy fuckers. Hi, Zero. We're doing good. Oh, is that the lion? Or is that the dragon that canonically fucks humans? I knew there was one, but I didn't know which one it was. But it's going pretty good. We're gonna try and kill the final boss of the DLC, but I'm trying to get my build together first because my old build is not working out the way I wanted it to, unfortunately. So we're having to mix it up a little. Okay. Where is it at in here? I'm about to get dropped. Yep. Can you guys please not... Do I have to kill someone for this, or... Is it just in here somewhere? It will prove not to work the way she wants, and I will guide her to use the Blood Fiends Club. No! Because if this doesn't work, I'm respecking and I'm going back to what I know and love. You can make a Bloodhound Fang work better by going a full bleed build. Oh yeah, I always forget that that's an option. I could do that too. Alright, well if this doesn't work, then we'll go full bleed. How does that sound? Talisman's in the back of the ruins in a chest with 2 plant guys in front of it down some stairs. Alrighty, alrighty. Yeah, he is weak to bleed. Excuse me, gang. I'm looking for some stairs. Y'all know where a bitch can find some stairs in this house? Excuse me. Excuse me, I'm looking for some stairs. Oh, found them. Ow, ow. Can I get up off my fucking horse, please? Jesus Christ. Banger! Alright. We've got all the talismans I'm gonna use. I think. Yeah, because the last one is the aged one's exaltation. I have to be a lantern enemy, but that's also for madness, and I'm not planning on doing the madness part of things, so. I know that what they want you to do is Golden Vow with Wondrous Physics and the Madness stack. I don't want to do all that. That's so fucking much. And it requires me to get the finger seal, which I think I have, but I don't know. I think I can just use Golden Vow. I don't even know if I have Golden Vow, actually. And then I need Rolling Spark, Ash of War. I don't think that's what's on it right now. Could always just farm the old dragon. I could. I don't want to, though. It's such a pain in the ass, and I've already been here forever. I spent an hour doing this, and I still have a show I want to watch tonight before Gore has to go to bed. I just want to try and beat this fucking boss. Just once.
Well, I took you no matter. It's all out your arms.
Oh, wait.
Back already, no matter.
Wall of Spark. Shit! I don't even have the right Ash of War! I don't even fucking have it. Oh. Yeah, it's on a scarab. Fucking Jesus Christ! I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. I just want to play the game. I just want to play the game. I just want to play the game. I think I probably could have beaten fucking Radon by now. Where? Bring back my elevator. I swear to God. I'm about to commit a hate crime. Bring back my fucking elevator. I'm not trying to go up, I'm trying to go down! That's why I want my elevator! Fuck! God damn it! I don't know! I don't have a fucking... I don't have a grace anywhere down here, so I'm just going fucking from the closest. Why are you yelling? Jesus! Alright, there it is. Fucking piece of shit. Come here. Ah! Hold on. Piece of shit. Fuck off! perfume, ladies. I'm busy. I got shit to throw at a fucking scarab. Die! Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Where the hell did he go? Lady! Now is not the time. Ah! Ah, fuck y'all. I just didn't want to get hit. Why isn't there a grace out here? Real question. Or is there and I'm just fucking stupid and I missed it a million times over? Alright. It's 10 p.m. I've got shit to do, but here I am playing Elden Ring. I just want to fucking try this fucking build once! If I hate this, I'm gonna be so mad, and I'm going back off stream, and I'm fixing all my shit. Two-hand the spear, what does it matter if you're just gonna chuck it? Torrent, come on, bro. Let's go. Alright, before I even jump you. Fuck off. Where are you? Make sure you're looking almost straight down. Oh god. Alright, we got it, gang. Just make sure whenever you're looking... Don't lock on. Okay. Just look at their feet. Okay. Fucking okay. Oh, this game scares me, but okay.
Well, I took you no
Yeah,
matter
take
how
me for
your
dead as
arms
much as you want. I need you to do something for me. Alright. Alright. Spiral rise, outer wall. Alright. Staircase? Oh, you're so right. Might as well practice with the bottles. Yeah. Hold on, so... I gotta fix all of this first. Leaving that. Okay, I need this. I need this. I need this. And then I don't have the last one that I need, so... Swap the Crimson Seed Talisman for the Smither's Throw? that one that I have? I don't look at any of their names when I get them, so... This one? Oh, does it not- does it not work? I guess this isn't a throne thing. You can use the two-handed talisman, though, if you have that one. I don't think I do. Can we go get it? Where is it? Oh, so it just does it at my feet? Hold on, real quick. Let me do one thing really fast. So I'm gonna go ahead and... what are we at? 152... is 80... I'm gonna do this real quick, just so I can level up before I go in, because I hate going into these with a bunch of graces. I don't know why, but it really, like, pisses me off when I go in and I like, lose a bunch of graces when I die, so I like to try and level up before I go into bosses. Because it, like, really pisses me off. Not any more than that. That's not enough. Yep. Knew it. There we go. Fucking, I guess it doesn't even matter. I don't know. So the thing is that I don't have any spells either, so I'm not gonna be doing the spells because I don't have them. We're just gonna be going in like this and just seeing what the fuck happens, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. I'm only locking in on him so I can dodge. Oh god. It would help if I could even get a hit off. Oh, I forgot to do my thing. Oh, that's... Hold on, I forgot to do my thing before I came in. That's on me. I I forgot to do both my things, actually. Hold on. That would have been really bad if I made it to the second phase. I would have been really upset. You gotta be looking down, it won't aim down itself. Yes. Okay. That did damage. Not nearly as much as I was hoping it would do, however. Like, further down? What? How far down do I have to look with this thing? It makes me nervous not being able to see him. I hate that. Oh god. Alright, that's definitely an amount of damage. It's more damage than I was expecting. I'll give it that. I'm definitely not used to it. I'll tell you that much. Ow. Well, it doesn't work if I can't fucking see. Yeah, I also don't, I'm not using all the spells or anything either. So this has turned out to be perhaps just a waste of time. Oh god, I spent an hour on this. Okay. Alright, I have to go to bed. I have to go to bed. I'm not trying this fear for shits and giggles. I have to go to bed. It is so late. I have to go to bed. It is so late. I have to go to bed. I'm gonna raid someone though. I'm gonna raid someone though, because I don't go anywhere. I'm honestly really pissed off. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm actually really pissed off that I just spent an hour doing that for absolutely nothing. Because I've never had a build that's based around that, so I have to run around and get everything. It kind of gets on my nerves, but that's just me. I wanted to try something new. It didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Such is life. It's just a part of life. Alright, I think I'm gonna raid Carius. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna raid Carius. I don't ever know what the fuck this man is playing. He plays the weirdest shit. He plays, like, the strangest shit all the time, so I don't know what this is. Shadow of Chernobyl? He's so weird. He plays, like, the weirdest things. But either way, I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I'll be back to my normal build. I'll do this in my free time before stream tomorrow and get myself back to where I was. And that's it, really. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, alright? Y'all be nice to Carius now, alright? I love you. Bye. Bye. Have a good one. Be nice.